Hello. Good morning, sir. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning,
Sir,
sir.
a warm welcome to all of you. Uh, we will start the session with introduction. Our first resource person, Dr. Venkatesh Chakrapani. He is a MD PhD and he is also chairperson of Center for Sexuality and Health Research and Policy. And he was also a senior fellow of DBT Welcome Trust India Alliance. So we welcome you, sir, for today's session, and over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the introduction. Good morning to everyone. I think the session is already live.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Session is
Okay.
live.
Yeah, good morning to all. I think this is the second day of the virtual workshop, two-day virtual workshop on qualitative research. So I will be covering two sessions today, one in the morning, introduction to qualitative data analysis. In the afternoon, I will be covering writing a qualitative research manuscript. I think the first session, the qualitative data analysis basic section, I will cover maybe for 1 hour to 1 hour 15 minutes. So let me share my slides. 1 second. Okay. Yeah. So I assume most of the participants in this virtual workshop are more of beginners or relatively new to the qualitative research. So I will not go in depth on conducting qualitative data analysis, but more of the principles of conducting qualitative data analysis. That is the one which I will be covering. So because my focus is primarily on health-related research, especially HIV focus, most of my examples in this session will be primarily from HIV field. So through analysis, what we are trying to achieve, we want to answer our research question, or we want to achieve our research objectives, which may be describing a particular issue or explaining a particular issue. So I have provided examples for the description and explanation of some issues. For example, if you take the first example, uh, what are the reasons as reported by people living with HIV for not accessing HIV treatment from government hospitals? So this is more of a description. You want to just document the reasons as reported by the particular study population. Sometimes you may also want to explain a particular phenomenon or an issue. For example, the same issue we can also pose it as a form of offering explanation. Why people living with HIV are not accessing HIV treatment from government hospitals, even though it is free. Okay, so these are some examples of how we usually pose research questions in qualitative research, and also through analysis, how we are trying to get answers for these research questions. Okay, so the basic purpose of any analysis, whether it is quantitative or qualitative, is to make a claim or arrive at conclusions. Of course, because we are going to focus on original data, the empirical data. So my discussion will obviously focus on uh, analyzing empirical data from qualitative research. But the same principle is also applicable for quantitative research also. In quantitative research also, you use the data to arrive at conclusions. The same principle in qualitative research also. Okay. So these are some examples of qualitative data. One is the verbal data. Verbal data means when you conduct the focus groups or in-depth interviews, you are actually hearing the data. So once you record the data, you also then transcribe and translate those. So then it becomes a textual data. So verbal data converted into textual data. Sometimes the data are visual. For example, if you are conducting a video observation, you are shooting, say, observation of a classroom. What are the activities which are going on in the classroom? Then it becomes a visual data. And another form of textual data is also the documents, written documents you want to analyze. Because the first one I discussed about verbal data converted into textual data, but some may be originally in the form of text. For example, you may just want to analyze the diaries written by some individuals, or you may want to analyze the, say, the policies or the government orders issued by the officials, for example. So these are the main forms of qualitative data: verbal data converted into textual data, visual data, and primarily textual data. So most of my discussion in this session is on the first one. So when we conduct focus groups or in-depth interviews, we are going to convert that verbal data into textual data. How we are going to analyze that textual data. So that is the focus of this session. I will not focus on how to analyze, say, the visual data. Okay, so as you can see, there are a lot of different ways of analyzing textual data. So what I'm going to discuss is more of what I have highlighted in red, more of a free-flowing text, how to analyze the free-flowing text, meaning from the focus groups or the in-depth interviews, you are going to have a transcript of translated text, and that is actually what is called free-flowing text. So how we are going to analyze that? So I'll be primarily following what is called applied thematic analysis, a generic form of analyzing qualitative data. So it involves, like, say, coding, categorizing, and identification of the themes. So that is the one which I will be discussing. But this is just to show that there are variety of ways by which we can conduct analysis of textual data. The key point is there should be a fit or compatibility between your research purpose and your analytical approach. So these are some of the basic steps in conducting qualitative data analysis. So you conduct and record in-depth interviews or focus groups. You transcribe those recordings. Then, of course, if it is in a particular language, say in Hindi or Tamil, and if I'm not familiar with that particular language, obviously I may want to translate that into English before analyzing that data. So transcription and then translation of that. And then the translated text, you can either analyze manually or you can use some specific softwares. So that's what I mentioned as computer-based analysis. And of course, from the analysis, you are going to write an article or a report. So these are the very broad basic steps in conducting qualitative data analysis. So as I have told, because I'm primarily from, say, public health background, so I will be discussing about a generic approach of qualitative data analysis. So sometimes it's also known as the applied thematic analysis. So until some years back, the term thematic analysis was used quite loosely to refer to a generic form of conducting qualitative data analysis. But nowadays, there is also it is also regarded as a particular approach, analytical approach in its own sense. For example, now there are even different varieties of thematic analysis which have been reported. So you can see at least there are 4 varieties of thematic analysis reported by Brown and Clark. However, still in this session, I will be focusing more on the generic approach of thematic analysis. If you are following any particular research traditions, for example, grounded theory approach or phenomenological approach or ethnography, you may also need to follow the specific data analysis principles of that particular research tradition. Here, I am assuming that you are not actually following those particular research traditions, uh, but you are just conducting some focus groups or in-depth interviews. And then you want some kind of generic data analysis approach. So that is the one which I'm going to discuss in this session. this being an introductory session on qualitative data analysis. Of course, 1 hour of, say, conducting in-depth interview or a focus group is going to produce nearly like 25 to 30 pages of text. So, you have to also be mindful of that. So it is not like the more is the better. The number of in-depth interviews and focus groups need to be decided on your research purpose. Okay, so what are some of the things which we need to consider before conducting analysis? So you have to be clear about what is the analytic purpose. So even if from a particular research study, you may have a different analytic purpose. For example, you may want to write like 3 or 4 different articles from a particular study. So for each then particular manuscript, you may need to have a particular analytic purpose. So you have to be very clear about what is the purpose of the analysis, what I am trying to achieve, whether I am just trying to describe or whether I'm trying to explain or whether I want to come out with some form of explanation. Or coming out with some model, so that you have to be clear about your purpose. And of course, how the analysis is connected to your research questions. What kind of timeline you have? What are the resources you have? So whether you are the sole analyst or there are also other co-analysts who will work with you. Whether you need software or whether the number of in-depth interviews or the focus groups is small, so that you can able to just use a manual form of analysis. Uh, of course, the last point is about the audience for the analysis. Whether you are writing for researchers or whether you are writing for policymakers or program people or for practitioners. So those also going to determine how we are going to conduct the analysis and how we are going to present the analysis. Okay, so just some explanation regarding the terms description and interpretation. So description is primarily just documenting what is going on in a particular, say, text segment. You are going to just report what you can say as a surface level summary of what the participants say. So you are not going to introduce your own ideas about what it means. It's a plain summary of what the participants say. So that we can say as description. But if you are going to offer some, say, your own thoughts on that particular text segment, then it becomes an interpretation. So basically, it is about what does it mean. So what do you make sense of this particular statement made by the participant? Then that becomes a interpretation. For example, let us say a simple example is if a teacher enters a classroom, the students, they stand up. If you're going to just say that, so when the teacher enters the classroom, the students, they stood. So then it becomes more of a description. But if you're going to say as a mark of respect, the students, they stood when the teacher entered the classroom, then it becomes the interpretation. Okay, so that's a simple example of differentiating between description and interpretation. Of course, analysis, you know that it is a systematic way of examining a text when we talk about the textual analysis in qualitative data analysis. Okay, so this I have already shown that you use data to arrive at particular conclusions or claims. So now I want to introduce two terminology. If you just want to document and report the participants' perspectives, so the participant perspectives, then it is called emic perspectives. So this is more in alignment with what we discussed as description. You are just describing what did participants say. Okay, but if you also want to interpret and present your conclusions regarding the experiences of the participants, then it is called as ethic perspective. Ethic perspective here refers to the researcher's perspective. So depending on your research purpose, some researchers, they may want to just stick to the emic perspective. They just want to report the participant perspective. They just provide what they call providing voices for the participants alone and not introducing their own interpretation. But most often, if you want to publish in, say, academic journals, you may also need to interpret and present your conclusion and claims along with presenting the voices of the participants or the perspectives of the participants. So your article ideally should have both emic perspective and ethic perspective. But of course, this differ according to, say, your discipline also, which field you are coming from. So some discipline, they prioritize participant perspectives, and especially uh, if you also come from a tradition of, say, transformative research or advocacy point of view, you want to mainly present the point of view of the participants rather than providing your own perspectives. Okay, so we discussed about making claims and arriving at conclusions using data. So how we can go about that? So there are three terminologies, three terms I'm going to introduce: induction, deduction, and abduction. So all these three are actually used in qualitative data analysis. Uh, some people may think that the term deduction is used more in quantitative and induction is used in qualitative research. But actually in qualitative research, all these three are used: induction, deduction, and abduction. We are going to see through examples what do we mean by induction, deduction, and abduction. Let us say a joke was told to a group of people. A person, let us call that person as person A. A person A's lips become like that. So it becomes more, we can say the angles of the lips, it moved upwards and the lips became in a semi-lunar shape. Okay, so that is more of a description. I'm just saying that angles of the lips, it moved upwards and then it became a semi-lunar shape. That is a pure description. So if you're going to say the person A smiles, then it is actually interpretation. Okay, so another level of interpretation is, you can say the person A is amused. A further level of interpretation is the person A enjoyed your joke. Again, a higher level of interpretation is the person A has sense of humor. As you can see, as we move away from the, say, the description, there are a higher level of abstract conceptualization of what you say. Like from smiling, it became amused, and enjoyment of joke, and person having a sense of humor. So that is the observation or the evidence. So the person A is amused is a claim. The person A enjoyed your joke is a claim. The person A has a sense of humor is again a claim. And you can also say, for example, your joke was good and that is why the person laughed. Okay, because people laugh to good jokes. So this is more of what we can say as deduction. People laugh to good jokes. This person laughed, therefore your joke was good. So this is an example of actually a deduction. So this one is example of description, and all these are example of interpretation. Okay, so the first one, the person lips becoming moving upwards and then becoming like a semilunar shape, and so that is an observation, and based upon that observation, you are going to say the person A is smiling. So you are arriving at a conclusion based upon your observation or your data. So then that is called as induction. So if you are arriving at a conclusion or making a claim based on the data alone, that is called induction. So I have already provided an example of the deduction. People laughed good jokes, this person laughed, therefore your joke was good. So that is an example of deduction. So we have seen what do we mean by induction and deduction. Now we are coming to the term abduction. Of course, abduction also means kidnapping, but here it has a different meaning in qualitative data analysis. Let us again say the person, a joke was told, and all persons laughed except a person named as B. So your claim is, okay, everybody laughed, this person is not laughing. Your claim is the person B is a serious person. However, there could be some alternative explanations as well. Alternative explanations or what is called rival explanations. So these rival explanation could be the person B did not listen to your joke and that is why the person did not laugh. Another explanation, another interpretation could be the person did not understand your joke, therefore the person did not laugh. So basically, you are not accepting the claim that the person B is a serious person. The third rival claim is the person B was hurt by the joke. So you told the joke and let us say that joke was about a particular community and that person belonged to that particular community and he or she felt offended. So these are the three alternative explanations or rival explanations which you need to rule out before your claim of B is a serious person is accepted. Okay, so so this is where most often some people may argue that because your claim is B is a serious person, people may say, okay, it is subjective. So then if you are going to say, no, this is the most likely explanation because I thought about alternative explanations and I ruled out the possibilities of those alternative explanation one by one. Okay, so if you can able to rule out these three, here it is three rival explanation one by one, and then you are going to say my claim that B is a serious person is the most likely claim or the most plausible explanation, then that process is known as abduction. So this process of ruling out the alternative explanations based upon the available evidence and then arriving at a most plausible explanation or most likely explanation, this process is known as abduction. Okay, so in qualitative research, all three of these processes are used in making claims. So we have seen induction where you make a claim based upon the data or the observation. And we have seen what is deduction. So if you have a theory and using that theory, you are going to arrive at a claim. And the third one is the abduction, where you rule out the alternative explanation one by one using the available evidence, and then you are going to make it. You are going to say this is the most likely explanation, and you offer your interpretation or your claim. So these are the three ways by which we uh, arrive at claims or conclusions in qualitative data analysis. Okay, so now coming to what are the essential tasks in, say, a generic qualitative data analysis approach. Uh, so of course, first one is if you have conducted focus groups or in-depth interviews, you have the transcripts or the translated text, and you have to be very familiar with those transcripts or the translated text. You have to read them again and again so that you are familiar with that. So people say that as becoming familiarizing with or immersing in those data. Those are the raw data. Because for example, one hour interview may produce nearly like 25 to 30 pages of transcript or translated text. We may consider some ways by which we can systematically analyze that raw data. So one way to do that is what is called as coding. So we will discuss about what is coding and what is categorizing and how to identify the themes. So these are the basic tasks in a generic approach for the qualitative data analysis: coding, categorizing, and identification of themes. So that's why it is also broadly called as thematic analysis. There is also another term which is used, content analysis. Content analysis of course, you can say there are two types. One is the quantitative content analysis, another is qualitative content analysis. The qualitative content analysis is similar to what we are discussing at the applied thematic analysis broadly, in a broader sense. So because some people may be familiar with the term content analysis. So again, it depends upon the particular disciplines you are from, where people may use different terminologies and where people may prefer particular form of data analysis. For example, if you are from psychology, people may be more familiar with the phenomenological approach and the particular data analysis approach used in analyzing those kind of phenomenological studies. Okay, so there the terminologies may be slightly different, but whatever I'm going to tell is the more of a generic approach for conducting qualitative data analysis. So let us say this is the your transcript or the translated text looks like a puzzle. Okay, this is like a puzzle box. So first you need to actually break down into manageable pieces. Okay, so that is what we are going to do by what is called as coding. So I'm just explaining very broadly, in a broad sense, what are the steps. So first, we are actually going to break down the transcript of the translated text into manageable chunks so that you can able to analyze those particular smaller test segments in detail. Then you are going to bring together similar test segments together under a broader umbrella. So bringing a set of similar codes and providing them an umbrella term is called as a category. I'm going to provide example of this. I'm just explaining it quite in an abstract manner now to start with, but I'm going to provide some solid examples. And of course, you can then put together, because initially you have broken down those puzzle pieces and then you try to bring together similar puzzle pieces together. So as a last say effort, you can able to see that when you can able to bring together the similar puzzle pieces together, you can able to see the larger picture. So this is similar to finding the connections or the relationship between different categories or identification of the broad patterns or the themes. So these are the three broad tasks in a generic qualitative data analysis approach. You break down the data, then you put together the say similar pieces together so that it makes sense to you. So we are going to discuss about what is coding, what is categorizing, and what do we mean by theme. Okay. So what do we mean by code? Code is, for example, it's basically you are going to provide a label of a particular test segment. Let us say there are 3 or 4 sentences where the person is talking about having been beaten by, say, police. So you can quote that particular test segment as, say, abuse, verbal abuse or physical abuse. Here it is beaten by the police, so then you can quote that as, say, let us say, physical abuse. Okay, so so you are providing a label for the particular segment. So this process of providing a label for a particular test segment is called as coding. So the label you give is called as code. So later, if there are like 5 or 6 participants in your study and persons, they talked about, say, experiencing violence from, let us say, police. So then you can compare and contrast the codes where you have coded, like say, physical abuse from participant 1, physical abuse from participant 2. You can compare and contrast. So then you can able to summarize what are all the participants, what kind of physical abuse they faced from police. So that is the one advantage of using the code. So you are just breaking down the larger test segments into smaller manageable chunks for you to analyze those text segments in detail and then try to find out similarities of that particular experience across your study participants. Okay, so that is about code and coding. So what do we mean by category? So category is which is a term used which to refer to a group of codes. For example, again taking that example of say your police beating say sex worker, you are conducting a study among sex workers, and the sex workers they talk about being abused by the police physically and verbally, sometimes maybe there may be sexual abuse. So all these, let's say that the codes, the physical abuse, verbal abuse, emotional abuse, and sexual abuse, you can put under a broader umbrella term discrimination, or even say violence. So this then the discrimination becomes the category, and the physical abuse, verbal abuse, sexual abuse becomes codes. Okay. So we have seen what are codes and what are categories, and what do we mean by theme. So theme is relatively difficult to explain, but let us say, for example, by this example, like say what is the theme in most of the alien movies. So most of you might have watched alien movies. So what is the theme? So theme means here what is the common part and what is the essence. So you can say, for example, in alien movies, the broader theme, the theme is aliens are bad. The aliens, they come to your planet to make use of the resources of Earth, for example. They try to harm us. So that is very broad theme is aliens are bad people. Okay, so that is the common pattern. So across the alien movies. So that is an example of theme. So basically, theme is what is the common pattern, what is the essence, uh, which you can able to find out after the analysis. Okay, and again, sometimes in different disciplines, the terms, the categories and term and themes are actually used interchangeably. So even in some of my publications, I have used them almost like interchangeably. So it depends again. So you have to be clear about when you are reading certain findings as say categories or themes. You have to be clear about what do we mean by categories or themes in that particular article. Okay, so now we have seen what is code. So code is just a label you give to a particular test segment. So you can either have a list of codes even before you conduct the analysis. So this list of codes can come from, say, the past empirical published literature, your topic guide, uh, any particular theories. From these, you can have a list of predetermined codes. But however, if your study area is quite new, you may not have a list of codes already. So you may first need to conduct the focus groups and interview interviews. And as you are doing the analysis, then you try to come out with some codes. So then then the list you prepare after you conduct the analysis, the codes are emerging from the analysis, then they are called as emergent codes. So you can either have a predetermined list of codes for conducting analysis, or you can also uh, identify some or create some codes when you are conducting the analysis. So in practice, especially in qualitative health research, most often a combination of these are used. You will have both the predetermined list of codes, and you also add to that list the codes that emerge from the analysis. So this having a list of these codes, that is known as having a code book. So code book is nothing but a list of codes. So the list of codes can be predetermined, or it can be emerging from the data analysis. So broadly, so this diagram from Basely, so this one summarizes, I think, well about what I have discussed so far. So you can see from the left to right. So left, you have the raw data. Now from the raw data, you develop some codes. And then from the codes, there can be some categories which can be developed. And from those categories, you can develop themes, you can identify themes, or you can identify concepts. Of course, the last one about theory, arriving at theory is nothing but arriving at, say, coherent explanation. So that may not be the focus of your study. That is fine. So we can just even stop with what are the themes you have identified. That alone may be sufficient if that is your research purpose. But if you also want to offer some kind of explanation from the data, so that is then it becomes more like a grounded theory approach. You want to come out with an explanation or a theory which is grounded in the data, and that is why it is called as a grounded theory approach. So most often in qualitative health research, many researchers they may start with coming out with a list of themes. What are the broad themes which you have identified in relation to the research questions or research objectives? Of course, this is just to show a screenshot from qualitative data analysis software. So, of course, some are paid and some are free softwares. So, some of the famous ones are, say, NVivo, Atlas, and there are also free softwares available from CDC if you can Google online. Okay. Okay, so here we are going to go somewhat in depth about coding and categorizing. So this is a test segment. So let us say this study is about trying to find out the reasons offered by, say, villagers about uh, why they are sending or not sending their girl children to schools. So this is from father of a girl child, and the father he also has two boys. So this person is saying, what is the point in sending my daughter to a school? She is anyway going to another person's home in the future. It is better to learn cooking and help her mother. Okay, so how we can go about systematically analyzing this particular test segment? So these are some of the questions which we can ask ourselves. First is, what is the topic that is being discussed in this test segment? So that is called as a topic code. The second question you can ask is, what is the perspective of the participant? So this I am putting it as a descriptive code. So you are just because you are just describing or summarizing what is the perspective of the participant or what the participant said. So that is why I'm using the term descriptive code. But some authors, some book may use the term descriptive code to refer to the social demographic profile or what is called attributes, like say 40 years old male from a particular city. So that is called as that is also called by some authors as descriptive code. But I'm not using this particular term in that sense. Here I'm using the term descriptive code to refer to just staying close to the perspective of the participant. So that is the yemic perspective. So remember, like we talked about yemic perspective, which is the participant perspective, and ethic perspective is the researcher's perspective. So here you can see the connection, of course, between the description, descriptive code, and yemic perspective. The third question you can ask is, what is your interpretation of this particular test segment? Uh, on what the participant says. Sorry, it is not on, it is on what the participant says. Or what is your tentative claim. So then that becomes what is called analytical code or interpretive code, sometimes they call. So this is actually the ethic perspective, and you are trying to offer an interpretation. So so using this test segment as an example, we are going to see this topic code, descriptive code, and analytical code. So again, you have already read this test segment. I'm reading it again. What is the point in sending my daughter to a school? She is anyway going to another person's home in the future. It is better to learn cooking and help her mother. So here, what is the topic that is being discussed? The topic is about girl child's education. So that becomes the topic code. So what is the descriptive code which you can use to label this text segment? So this descriptive code is staying close to the participant's perspective, that is the emic perspectives. So that code can be uselessness of educating a girl. So this is from the point of view of the participant. So that becomes the descriptive code because you are staying close to the perspective of the participants. And analytical code, so your interpretation maybe you may be uh, on a first reading you may think that, oh, this person is not in favor of educating a girl child. So you may even think of, okay, this is a what is called misogyny, that is considering women or girls as inferior. Or you may think, okay, there is a gender based discrimination. Okay, so this is a claim you are making. This is your interpretation. However, before we arrive at this particular conclusion, you may also want to conclude. You may also want to exclude other potential explanations or claims. So, for example, this person, this also has two boys, right? So, if we also able to find out, okay, those two boys are going to school, only this girl child is not going to school, then maybe your claim is more possible. Your claim of gender-based discrimination. But if those two boys are also not going to school, then your interpretation may not be that much likely. So you have to look at other evidence for say whether those boys are going to school or not going to school, why they are not going to school, is it because of poverty or for some other reason. So before you do those kind of analysis, you may not actually come out with this claim as a strong final claim. This is more like a tentative claim you make. Okay, so so you can see this is again you remember the term what was the term which we used? Abduction, right? Abduction. Some people also use the term retroduction. So abduction is you rule out the rival explanations and then you claim that this is the most likely explanation or most plausible explanation. Okay, so this is how you systematically go about analyzing a particular test segment. Topic code, descriptive code, and analytical code. Okay, so I'm providing some more examples. So here we'll be seeing both coding as well as categorizing. So one of course one good advantage of qualitative research is you can also sometimes make say causal explanations because when in quantitative research, especially in cross-sectional survey, it is very difficult to make any form of causal inferences. But in qualitative research, because there is also maybe a timeline, there is a narrative, and so people may attribute uh, consequences to particular causes. So you can also sometimes come out with, say, causal mechanisms you can able to report. Okay, so that's an additional thing which I just wanted to say. That's the advantage of qualitative research. It's because it's also what is called as process oriented. You can also able to identify causal mechanisms. Let us say this is another example. So this is a HIV positive man's account. So this person is saying, my family found out that I am HIV positive. I was called names and asked to leave home. They stopped talking to me. I was always thinking about why my family did so. I was very sad. I could not sleep or eat properly for several weeks. So let us go, let us systematically analyze this particular test segment. So if you want to give a code, for example, my family found out that I am HIV positive. Okay, so this you can say, for example, as disclosure of HIV positive status. Okay, so you can see there is a color correspondence between on the left side and the right side. So then I was called names and asked to leave home. They stopped talking to me. You can provide a label of, say, discrimination or ostracization. Uh, so I was always thinking about why my family did so. So always thinking means it's what is called a rumination. So you can say rumination. And I was very sad. I could not sleep or eat properly for several weeks. So that you can interpret as possible depressive symptoms. So you can see here there is also a kind of causal pathway. There was a disclosure of HIV status. which led to discrimination. And because of the discrimination, the person was ruminating about that particular negative incident, and this rumination contributed to potential depressive symptoms. So you can see there is a causal pathway here. And of course, you can see these as codes or maybe categories depending upon uh, yeah, the phase of your data analysis. Okay. Sometimes from another participant, there could be a different pathway. Because of the discrimination incident, the person may feel bad about his HIV positive status. So then that becomes self-stigma. And because of self-stigma, the person may become depressed. So the pathway may be different for a different individual. So in qualitative research, when you compare and contrast and try to synthesize information from different participants, then you will come out with this kind of, say, model, like a causal model of how, say, the HIV status disclosure is contributing to or depression, or sometimes the HIV status disclosure may contribute to support from family members, and the person may be actually be protected against psychological distress. So those kind of explanations you can offer by comparing and contrasting with the accounts of different study participants. But of course, for simplicity, I'm just sticking to a test segment from one particular participant. Okay, so we have seen that similar codes, it becomes then you can provide umbrella term, and that is called as a category. So you can also show connections between different categories. Let us say discrimination as a particular category under the codes: physical abuse, verbal abuse, or eviction from home. And psychological distress is another category under the codes, and under that are the codes depression and anxiety. And there is another category like mal coping, how people cope up with, say, psychological distress. If they cope up by taking alcohol or by drugs, then it becomes mal coping. So under the category mal coping, you can see alcohol use and drug use as codes. So you can also see the causal connections between these categories. So discrimination contributing to psychological distress, and psychological distress in turn resulting in mal coping behaviors. Okay, so this is how we can see the connections between the different categories. So we have seen how to code and how to arrive at categories. Multiple similar codes, it becomes contribute to categories. We have also now seen how to show the connection between different categories to arrive at explanation. Here, actually, this is also reflecting a particular model or a theory called minority stress model, which talks about discrimination contributing to psychological distress. Okay, because sometimes you can also use the theory to guide your analysis. Okay, again, the same diagram, just to again re-emphasize the point that from the raw data, you develop multiple codes, and from codes, you develop categories, and then from the categories, you can identify some themes. So I'm going to just provide examples of what are themes from my, I think, an early publication in 2008. So it's a qualitative study focusing on, say, secondary HIV prevention among COTI identified men who have sex with men in India. So here you can see in the a list of main themes from the study. So broadly, the research objective was to find out how HIV positive men who have sex with men, they whether they practice safer sex behaviors, or what are the barriers in practicing safer sex behaviors. Uh, so uh, so here you can see the themes in relation to that research objectives, in relation to uh, adapting safer sex behaviors or barriers in adapting safer sex behaviors. So avoidance, of course, you can see like there are nearly 9 themes, and but I think a more simpler way of looking at theme is not, so here I'm not actually I'm not very, this one is more like, looks like more like a categories, but here I have provided an example of theme here. So theme can be more like a complete statement. So you can see the example I'm providing. So the trust and intimacy prevent condom use with male regular partners. So this the study participants are saying that because I have trust and trust in with my male regular partner, and because of intimacy issues, I don't want to use condoms with my male regular partner. So this was a broader theme, and another theme was if some of them they are engaging in casual sex, or some of them they are engaging in sex work, they always used condoms because that is seen as more of say if it is with the paying partners, then they saw that as a business. In business, you need to use condoms, but with the male regular partner or lover, they don't want to use condoms. So this was a theme which was identified across the study participants. So this is an example of, say, a theme, or here maybe more like a sub-theme. So sometimes you can summarize the findings in terms of what are the broad themes from your study. So here I have told that the focus was on identifying uh, what are the facilitators and barriers of safer sex behaviors among men who are sex with men, HIV positive men who are sex with men. Here you can see that these are the broad themes which we have identified. Okay, I'll skip this one. I think I have about 10-15 more minutes. Okay, so these are some of the miscellaneous things which I wanted to just point out. So don't wait for data collection to be completed before you start the analysis. It can go hand in hand. Only in quantitative study, like after completion of data collection, let us say from your sample size of, let us say, 100 participants. Only after you conduct, after you complete data collection from all those 100 participants, you start the data analysis. But in qualitative research, even after the one single focus group or in-depth interview, when you get the transcript or the translated text, you can start conducting the data analysis, because that will also help you in identifying some new questions, or the way you ask questions in the subsequent focus groups or the in-depth interviews. Okay, so that is why it is also known as the iterative process, because after you conduct the data collection, that will also give rise to some new ideas or new questions which you can further ask in the future focus groups or the in-depth interviews. So this process then becomes cyclical and non-linear process uh, in terms of the research questions, or the interview questions, the insights you develop. So that's why it's called as an iterative process, a cyclical, non-linear process. Another term which I wanted to introduce is what is called constant comparison. So I already, I think, briefly mentioned about this, why and how you can compare and contrast, say, the codes from different participants. So if you have labeled a test segment, just say physical abuse for participant one, and for participant two also you have labeled a segment as physical abuse. You compare and contrast those codes, or sometimes the categories from different participants, so that may provide some new insights. So there may be some differences, or there may be some similarities based upon, say, gender differences, or maybe subgroup differences. So for that purpose, the constant comparison is method is useful. Of course, if you are especially, say, you are conducting your PhD study, then most often you are the sole analyst. But sometimes you may also work with a team, so you also have a co-analyst. Okay, so that can be a team-based analysis, or that can be you can be the sole analyst in qualitative research. Okay, so sometimes you may see that in qualitative research manuscript, people may also report how many people have said this particular say statement. So some people may count the number of times a particular code or particular categories appear in the data set. But usually I don't recommend that. But in some disciplines and some situations that practice may be acceptable, but most often because we are focusing on the interpretation uh, of, say, the participant perspectives, it may not be appropriate to just provide counting. So if you just want to provide, say, the prevalence of a particular behavior, so it is better to go for the quantitative research like survey rather than the qualitative research. And of course, for people who are thinking about using software, so if it is only, let us say, like 8 or 10 in-depth interviews which can be managed manually, then it is not compulsory that you need to use the qualitative data analysis software. However, if there are a lot of interviews or focus groups and multiple sites, maybe the qualitative data analysis software may help in charting and managing the data. Of course, the software is not going to interpret. We are going to interpret the data. However, the software may make it easy for the data management purpose point of view. It may be easy for coding and categorizing, retrieving what are all the different participants said under a particular code. So it may be easy to bring together if you are going to use a software. Of course, yearly writing is also a part of analysis. After which you can also, yes. Okay. Writing is also a part of analysis because as you write, you can able to find out the gaps in your thinking process. What are the gaps? So that will also help you in collecting maybe say additional data. So as soon as you start writing because nobody is going to read your yearly draft, right? So if you can start writing as soon as possible, then that will also help you in analyzing and interpretation. Okay, so these are like some of the, so if you want to have more like a steps, so these are like some of the steps of strategies in qualitative data analysis. So you prepare the data, you format. If you are going to use a manual data analysis process, then you have to format the Word document. So let us say like 1-inch margins. On the right side, I prefer like say 1.5 inch, so that I can write my notes, my codes. Of course, second, you prepare the data. Second step is like coding and categorizing. Third step is identifying the relationship between the categories. We have seen this through examples. And what I did not discuss was about memoing and diagramming. So memoing is nothing but, memos are nothing but notes to self. So you can write notes about, say, about a code, about a category, or you can write notes about your dilemmas, where you cannot able to arrive at a conclusion. So your yearly hunches, all these are notes to self. So that is called as memo. So memo, you can write it separately. If you are using software, in software also there is a provision for writing your memo. So memos are mainly to help you in coming out with some, say, solid interpretations or insights. It's more like a journal or notes to self. So regarding the last one, data reduction and display, about this maybe I will cover in the afternoon session uh, when we talk about how to write a qualitative research manuscript. I think I will stop with this one. So broadly, what we have seen is we have seen what are the basic steps in conducting a generic form of qualitative data analysis. We have seen what is coding, what is categorizing, identification of themes. We have seen what is induction, what is detection, what is abduction. So I think for the beginner, I think these are the broad principles which one need to understand in how to go about in conducting data analysis in qualitative research. So I think I will stop here. It's almost time. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for your wonderful presentation. and explanation about basic of qualitative data analysis. Sir, can I ask the participant questions right now
Yes.
for the
Yeah.
clarification?
Yeah, because I cannot able to see.
Yes, yes, yes. So I will ask you. Sir, first question from Parmeshwar Satapathy. Sir, is it necessary to always follow that sequence of going from codes to categories to themes? And if we are having less codes or categories, can we move from codes to themes directly?
Okay, because I presented what I mentioned as a generic approach to qualitative data analysis. Okay, because sometimes the process of codes, categories, and then identification of themes may not be followed in a particular disciplines. Let us say if you are using a phenomenological approach, so it is more of getting immersed in the data, and then you are going to write what is called essences of the data. Okay, so in essences, then you may not able to distinguish what is a code or what is a category. So different data analysis approaches, they may follow different ways of arriving at claims. So that's why I told, like, obviously depending upon the research tradition you are following, uh, or you need to adapt those kind of principles used in the particular research tradition. If it is a phenomenology, if it is a grounded theory, if it is ethnography, you use the data analysis conventions of that particular research tradition. But what I have discussed was more of a generic approach for qualitative data analysis. So basically, it is not compulsory or mandatory that we have to follow this process of coding, categorizing, and then coming out with themes.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. There is next question about, sir, explain content analysis once again.
Okay, so see the term content analysis, um, you, we can broadly classify content analysis as quantitative content analysis and qualitative content analysis. So quantitative is more of, for example, let us say you want to analyze a uh, politician's speech. Okay, so you may want to note down, okay, how many times the person talked about, let us say, I don't know, like, let us say about, say, corruption. Let us say it is a political speech, it is a speech manifesto, it's a election manifesto. So, how many times the people talked about, say, development, uh, so improving the livelihood. So, if you want to just count particular, say, the words, then it becomes more like a quantitative content analysis. What are the predominant words that are being used in a political speech, for example? But if you're trying to come out with some, say, broad interpretation of what is the focus of this political speech, why, what the person, what kind of image the person wants to convey to the readers, then it becomes a qualitative content analysis. So the qualitative content analysis is similar to what I described as the thematic analysis. And the content analysis is the quantitative one, especially is primarily used in a media field. So that's why I told in different fields, like different research, the data analysis approaches may be used. But of course, most often, because people think that we just want to analyze the content, so that's why some people, some authors may, some researchers may report that in the data analysis section that they have followed content analysis. But there are proper ways by which we can conduct the content analysis, whether it is quantitative or qualitative. There are separate books and separate authors and different varieties of content analysis. So those researchers, then they need to follow and cite those particular traditions rather than very broadly using the term content analysis.
Okay. Thank you, sir. There is next question from Shruti Vashisht. Sir, how would we say that the emerging themes or category is significant? Will it be based on maximum frequency it is appearing in the FGD or in-depth interview?
Okay, so here, so it does not depend on the number of times it appears. For example, there is a concept what is called salience in qualitative research. Okay, it is not the frequency, but salience, the importance. Salience is importance. Okay, the importance of a particular say category, then that actually determines whether it is going to become a team. It is not the number of times it comes. For example, in your focus groups on, let us say, you want to identify what are the barriers to adherence to HIV treatments. So people talk about, let us say, oh, the distance in going to ART center or the travel cost involved. So many people may talk about this travel cost or distance, but that may not be, let's say, very salient point. You can able to find out it is actually the stigma and discrimination which prevent people from going because they have not disclosed the HIV status. So it makes it very difficult for them to go to the ART center. So the stigma discrimination experiences may be more salient as you are analyzing, as you are talking. So it is not the number of times the particular category comes up, like say distance or the cost involved, the travel cost involved, but is actually the potential or fear of discrimination from others, which prevent people from going to the ART center or taking ART on time in their home because they have not disclosed the HIV status to other people in their home. So that kind of sense people, the researcher may get by interacting with the study participants. So you should not be deciding that on the number of times in particular code or category appears. And another thing is you also need to differentiate between whether the term, let us say the distance or the travel cost, it is coming from the research interviewer question or whether it is coming from the answers. Because in the transcript, if you're going to do just like say how many times this particular word comes, more like a word frequency, then that will be misleading. Because the research interviewer might be saying that distance, whether distance was an issue to you. So then it becomes then that is also counted if you are going to do a word frequency. So you should not be relying on the word frequency to find out how many times a particular word appear.
Okay. Thank you, sir. There is another question from Ashish. Difference between memoing, field notes, and diagramming.
Memos and what is the another one?
Field notes, sir. Field note and diagramming.
Okay. So memos is nothing but notes to self. So it is you are writing to yourself. It's more like your journal or diary. Okay, so you are just writing there. So if you have any thoughts about like why you have created this particular code and how you have created this category and what are your dilemmas in say making a particular interpretation. So your initial hunches, so those becomes your memos. It is the notes to self. But field notes is usually what you observe. So let us say you go to a school, and then you observe how the children are playing. So you are going to write down how the children are playing, how they are interacting with each other. So you are actually going to document what you are observing. Then it becomes the field notes. Okay. And what is the third? Or diagramming. Okay. So diagram is again the diagram. You can, for example, your initial hunches again. You remember the connections I have shown between the different categories. Let us say discrimination leading to psychological distress leading to say malcoping. So those kind of initial hunches, you can actually doodle it. You can doodle means you are just roughly like making some diagrams as part of the analysis in your note or in a software. And then you may also want to see, are there any real connections between these categories? And if there are real connections and if you have evidence, then that becomes your actual diagram for displaying the data in your manuscript. Okay, so the diagram can be more like a doodles for based upon your initial hunches, or once you have adequate evidence for that particular, say, your ideas that have been doodled, then it becomes a proper diagram supported by evidence for the display in the manuscript.
Thank you so much, sir. There is another question, sir. If we are categorizing as based on topic code, descriptive code, and analytical code, won't all what the person say become a big chunk in the descriptive code?
Okay, so see, I gave an example from a particular test segment, like just 3 lines. I just wanted to show what can be the topic code, what can be the descriptive code, what can be the the analytical code. But it is not compulsory that you need to do for the each and every line. More like that kind of like line by line coding is most commonly used in grounded theory approach. You can use what is called as focused coding. So in applied health research, you can use focused coding. Certain transcripts may not be relevant to your research purpose. So if you are clear that okay, these segments in the transcript are not relevant to my research purpose, at least for that particular research manuscript you are thinking, that may be relevant for some other research manuscript. So you can, for the time being, then you can ignore those test segments and you can focus on those test segments which are relevant to your research question or for the particular analytic purpose. So you can follow what is called as the focused coding approach rather than trying to do this line by line coding. That is more for the teaching purposes. I have used that as an example of using in the particular test segment how we can systematically go about conducting analysis. Those 3 questions are more for teaching purposes for beginners especially.
Thank you so much, sir. There is another question from Abhishek. Do emergent codes emerge in exploratory research?
Okay. See, the term emergent codes are used primarily in studies related to grounded theory. Okay, so you don't have a predetermined list of codes. So then that's a new area. You don't have any idea about that. Then you can actually, while you are conducting the data analysis, there may be some notes, some codes for which you develop some ideas as you are analyzing. However, in most often in applied research, you use a combination of these. You may already have a predetermined list of codes. For example, if I want to conduct a study on barriers to adherence to TB treatment, there may be many studies which have been conducted on uh, TB treatment non-adherence. So I may already have a list of codes ready from those published studies, right? So those are then you already have a list of predetermined list of codes. But sometimes as you are analyzing, because this may be a new population, let us say this is a new population, let us say this is a transgender women population who also has TB. So they may have some new issues related to say TB non-adherence. So then there may be new codes which you may be developing. For example, let us say they are already also taking feminizing hormones. So then they may be worried about the interactions between I'm taking hormones as well, I'm taking TB treatment as well. Will there be interaction? I don't want to take TB treatment, for example. Okay, so then that's a new area, new code. So fear of drug interaction or hormone TB medication interaction, that becomes the new code, which is an emergent code. Okay, so it does not matter whether it is a exploratory study or explanatory study. These kind of codes can come in any kind of studies.
Thank you, sir. Sir, someone is asking for the software name for qualitative research analysis.
Okay, there are many softwares, so I don't want to say favor some particular softwares. So people commonly use, of course, also depends upon the disciplines. So you can think about, you have to explore a range of software. So you can say, for example, you can try NVivo, you can try Atlas, you can, so there are many softwares like this, QDA Miner, for example. And there are also some free softwares from CDC. So you can just Google like free qualitative data analysis software and CDC, and maybe you can able to get it. So some were paid, some were, and of course there's also DDoS. So there are several softwares. So depending upon whether you can able to pay for it or whether you want free software, or sometimes you can just use the Word document or the Excel sheet itself, because most often people may also use the Excel sheet. The rows become the case, and the columns become the codes or the categories. So you can copy and paste the code under a particular code or a category, and then the rows can be the say IDA1, IDA2, IDA3, like that. So it's a simple Excel sheet at least to start with. So you can try how to conduct qualitative data analysis with a Word document, with the Excel sheet, and uh, I think what is the another one? There's also yeah, I think that's sufficient. So I think you can even do it manually in the sense some people they just cut out the transcript and then put it in different colors, trying to put together different test segments. So more like a manually also people can try. Okay, so using different colors in the printed Word documents. So those are the various ways by which you can go about conducting data analysis. So it is not mandatory that you need to follow. You need to have a data analysis software.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Sir, Dr. Lavanya Rao is asking for, do we do content analysis also as codes, categories, and themes in qualitative content analysis? Please relate to the example of politician's speech you cited just now.
Yeah, I think you can use that because it's the content analysis also. If you can refer to the books, if you can just Google the books for content analysis like Clip and Off, so those will come up. So they also follow a similar procedure like the coding and categorizing. Sometimes the terms which are used may be different in different disciplines and in softwares. For example, instead of codes, some softwares may also use the term like nodes. So there may be difference in terminologies, but the basic concepts remain the same. Like whether it is codes or categories, themes are used in many different disciplines in different ways. For example, in phenomenology, the term essences may be used. So different research traditions, different disciplines may use different terminologies, but that is why I focused primarily on providing a generic approach of going about qualitative data analysis. I did not want to follow any particular research tradition. If we are following particular research tradition, like let us say a grounded theory approach or a case study approach, so then you have to actually follow then the particular this particular research traditions way of going about conducting data analysis.
Okay, thank you, sir. There is last question from participant, sir. Nidhi Bhatnagar is asking, do we need to analyze different categories of codes differently, or they can be clubbed together in one theme?
Okay, so I'm not sure about whether I have understood the question correctly. So,
Yeah.
so see broadly, theme is like overarching common pattern which you observe. Okay, so sometimes I think somebody else also asked whether we need to follow this linear pathway of code to category to theme. It is not necessary. So sometimes you can able to recognize the theme. So not, based upon your overall insight of analysis of the all the in-depth interviews of the focus groups, that theme idea may not come from say a group of categories. Okay, sometimes the categories that themselves, they may be also be the themes. For example, let us say you have a category of say discrimination, but the overall theme may be it is the stigma and discrimination which prevent people from accessing the free antiretroviral treatment centers. So that can be the broader theme, the stigma discrimination, how that is preventing people from accessing the HIV treatment services. But the term discrimination is also a category. Okay, so in that way, like you can able to develop themes based upon one category or a group of categories, but sometimes It need not even come from a particular set of categories, but it is a broad sense you can able to get by analyzing. It's a broad insight you get from analyzing the data. You can arrive at a theme.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for explaining so well and such a wonderful presentation. Sir, now we are going for a short break of 10 minutes for a tea break, and then we will back by 10:30 for the next session of Dr. Abhishek.
Okay.
And
Thank you.
there is some other questions, sir, but we will discuss on that another session of discussion at 4 p.m. if you will available.
Thank you. Thank you. I will join in the
Thank you.
afternoon session. Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Bye.
sir. Thank you so much.
Hello.
Hi. Hello. Hello, doctor.
How are you?
I'm fine, doctor.
So everyone is good at home?
Yeah. I think it's still streaming online. Yeah.
I'm muted.
Okay.
I was muted actually. I was
Okay. Okay.
mute.
Saurabh, am I audible?
Hello.
Saurabh?
Ah.
Saurabh? Am I audible?
Yes, yes, Dr. Abhishek, you are
Okay,
audible.
fine.
Yes, yes. Hello, Dr. Abhishek.
Yes, Saurabh. I'm sharing my slide.
Yes, yes, yes,
Just let me know when.
yes, yes, sure.
So is it visible, Saurabh?
Yes, yes,
Okay. And
just
let me once check is it changing or not.
yes, please.
Changing, Saurabh?
Oh, yes, yes, it's changing.
Okay, fine. So shall I start?
Yes, you can start.
Okay. So I welcome you all to this session. Yesterday we talked about qualitative methods, types of qualitative research done, sample collection methods. I think now you have an idea about all over idea about the qualitative research, like what kind of methods we are going to use in what situations, how we will do the sampling, what will be the sample size, and I think today there was a very good section, this a very good talk by Dr. Venkat on the qualitative analysis. I think that would have helped you. So this session which I'm taking is on the repo establishment and informed consent. I think which is one of the like important part of the research, because before you collect your data or before you go in the field or after you visit the field, I think before collecting data you need to talk to the respondents or whatever participants you call. You need to build a rapport with them. You need to have their consent before like collecting data, because without their consent it is unethical to collect data, and it will be very difficult for you to collect it. So for the starting, I think I'll share a small story. I think you might find it like uh, surprised by this story. It's about an isolated tribe. I think many of you might have heard about it, or some might not have heard about it. But if you imagine it, like it will probably be surprising for you. So there's an island in the Andaman Nicobar, which is Sentinelese Island, and uh, there is a small population of tribals which is living in that North Sentinel Islands. And surprisingly, these tribes are still isolated from the world. Like there was no contact ever. Still there is no contact. Like living in the urban jungles, we can't think about that. There is a people who are living in a forest, no one is contacting them. So still they are living in the same place. However, like many parties, many groups, they tried to have a contact with them, but everyone failed, because every time someone contacted them, they would resist it, and resistance was mainly hostile. Every time someone went there, it was hostility from the tribals. So after many attempts, I think people just stopped making any contact, and the government even stopped any contact with them, because every effort was failing. No one was able to contact them. Number of parties even went with the arms, with the gifts, like different type of gifts, but there was clear refusal from the tribal. And this society is a hunting and gathering in a forest. Like forest, they do the fishing in the coastal waters. Recently, they attracted attention when there was tsunami in 2004, because their members were photographed on the beach. But when the helicopter reached them, they were firing arrows at the helicopter, which was clear indication that they don't want any contact with the outsiders. This was a picture taken from the helicopter, and this is like recent in the 2004. This is, I'm not talking about like 100 or 150 years ago. Even if we try to contact them now in 2021, they will still do the same act. So now, why I'm like telling you this story, why this is like related to the repo establishment. So there was an anthropologist, there is an anthropologist, Madhumala Chattopadhyay, who was the only woman who could make a friendly contact with the Sentinelese. And luckily, it was in January 91 when the administration attempted a friendly contact with the Sentinelese. The earlier all the missions, I think the present mission has one difference. There was a women anthropologist in the contact team. Earlier there was no, and this woman was very experienced working with the tribes of Andaman and Nicobar. Like she has been working with the Jarawas, Orang tribe. She has been staying with them, so she had a lot of experience. Like what are the expectations of the tribe? But still, this tribe was very hostile. So in the beginning, they didn't know what to do or what not to do. So as they reached the shore, the contact party took an initiative and started dropping coconuts. Now you might be thinking like why they were dropping coconuts. Why not like gifts, as others have tried earlier, like gifts, food, and all that. So this is where the knowledge of your like anthropological knowledge or knowledge of the tribe, the culture came in handy, because she knew that their diet includes coconut. So they took coconut instead of the food or gifts, anything else. So based on this knowledge, the team decided that we will give them the coconuts and we'll see what was the reaction of these people. So few Sentinelese men, they came up sprinting and they started collecting coconuts. However, the party maintained the distance. Like there was no hand-to-hand exchange of the coconuts. They were like just dropping in the water and people were collecting. So one of the like when they were collecting this coconut, this was like a friendly gesture. This showed that they have accepted your gift. So I think they might be like going for a contact this time, but still you never knew because it's a very hostile tribe. So no party made the first move, not even the Sentinelese, not even the people who have went there. And this goes on for 4 hours. Can you imagine? Like 4 hours is a big time. You are just staying there and watching them. So how the first contact happened? So one of the Sentinelese youth, after watching all this, I think he aimed his arrow at the contact party. And the lady Madhumala, she gestured at the youth to come over and take his share of the coconut. It was just a simple gesture, like only a gesture, nothing else. So the Sentinelese women who were standing nearby that young guy just stopped him from firing the arrow. I think at this moment, Madhumala knew that I think they will make contact this time because this was a very friendly gesture. And after that, the coconuts were not floating in water, they were being handed over to the person. Like this was making of a history. Not for us, like for the everyone, like people who never want to contact anyone, they were taking coconuts, they were being handed the coconuts. So first contact was established. What probably changed the equation? Why like on that day only they made the contact? It was because of the experienced women who was there, who was experienced with the tribals, who knew how to build rapport, who knew how to approach in such situations, who knew about their culture, not much, but just a little bit about their culture. And even her gestures indicated Sentinelese that she needs no harm because they were very protective about their women. So the Sentinelese knew that there was no harm. However, the study didn't went further because the government of India decided that we need to stop the contact with them because the tribe is not like lack the immunity to common diseases, and if there is any contact from the outside, I think it might introduce disease in the tribe and which can like decimate their population because the number is very small. So I like you won't be in such situations. This was just I want to just let you know about the significance of repo building. That what kind of like how a repo building can help you in such a hostile condition. I hope and I definitely know that any of you will never face such situations because we won't be working in such situations. But the lesson learned is that repo building is very important while going in the field. So just take it as a lesson for the significance, and I hope you will never face such situation. So what is repo? Like, for having an in-depth understanding, I think every researcher has to go to the location of study. Like we can't do an armchair study, like sitting in my office and studying a population. That won't give you the proper results. So you have to have direct contact with the participants. So how will you do? Like you are going for the first time, you don't know them, you are unfamiliar with the population, you are unfamiliar with the culture, and they are complete strangers for you, and you are complete stranger for them. So the question arises, why should they like cooperate with you? If someone comes from outside to me today and like started asking me what is your name, who is in your family, what's your father's name, what is your income, I will be like suspicious. I will ask, why are you asking this? I will directly say no, I won't like share anything for you. So for that, we need a rapport building. Like we need to let them know why we are here and how. And when we need to have this conversation with them, I think we can only have when we have built a rapport with them. It is a friendly relationship which is characterized by an agreement, mutual understanding, empathy that makes communication possible or easy. It helps you to connect with others. You can create a climate of trust and understanding, like working in the field. If you have a good rapport with them, I think they will welcome you with open hands. And if they understand your purpose of your research, I think it will be very easy for everyone to collect data, because data collection is not very easy as it looks like. There are many ethical issues, there are many problems in the field, on the ground every time we face. And all your research, I think it depends upon the data you collect, because if you don't have a good data, your research, I think, is merely a waste of time. So for getting a good data, I think you need to have a good communication. As we I think discussed yesterday, that communication is one of the best skills you need to have for qualitative and even for the quantitative data. Like even you have to build a rapport for quantitative data. You can't go just there and fill a form. You need to like let them know why you are there. So in other words, it is rapport is like getting well with another person or a group of people. When you have some things in common, like make communication easier, and usually it is effective. It's a sense of connection when you meet someone, like you connect to a man, a completely stranger, and you can connect him to within 1 or 2 hours if you have a knowledge about your study and if you're trained in data collection. So how do you know you have established rapport? The next question is like, you are in the field and you are talking, like then how do you know that you have started building a rapport? Like there are signs of it. When there's an increased flow of a conversation between you and the participants or single participants or maybe a group, like for FGD in a group and for interview with the participants. When there is a disclosure of a sensitive information from the participants, relaxed body language, I think eye contact is very important. Respond if the participant is responding to you very well, I think that is the point where you make sure that when you are sure that now like you are on the way of building a rapport, and now it depends on your communication skills and your knowledge research skills, that how you go ahead with it. So communication generally starts with trust and understanding. If I don't trust you, I won't communicate with you. If I understand you, I will definitely communicate with you. Otherwise, people are suspicious and skeptical. I think we have already seen in the news channels, like many people in the community, they refuse when people go from others to provide some services. So because people are suspicious, they don't know why you are there. So purpose of establishing rapport between researcher and participant is to both generate a rich data. I think that is a major purpose for us, because we are there to generate rich data. While at the same time, we need to ensure that respect is maintained between the researcher and participants. Because if respect is there, you will be able to collect good data. Respect in the sense you respect their culture, you respect their social norms. So how to build it? Like what you need to follow in order to build a rapport? You need to find common grounds for developing a bond or being an emphatic. Common grounds, I mean, by the communication. You start with small talks about light topics for ice breaking. It's not like that you go in the field and you meet a person and then say, okay, I'm starting this work. I need to have this survey. Just give me your name, just sign it here and just start the survey. That is not the way things will work. this like this will never help you. So you start with small talks, like on light topics for ice breaking. And once you have started, you probably avoid asking direct questions during this phase. Like in the earlier phase, you can't ask the direct questions. You have to ask them indirectly. If you have like element of humor in your conversation, that will probably help you, because I think humor is the best way for conversation. It probably reduces the tension between the two. If tension is there, you should anticipate participants' need and maintain a consistent contact with the party. Like before going to the field, you need to have the participant need consistently contact with the participants, and it is important to develop a rich relationship with the participants. Okay, you are building a relationship while still you have to maintain a distance out of respect for the participants' privacy and sensitive issues. You need to know where the line is. You should not cross the line, because one thing, you are in the field to collect data. The other thing is that if you cross the line, the things may go wrong. So these are some few traits I think which can like help us to develop rapport formation. One is amicability, just be respectful and friendly with the people. I think these are not only for the rapport establishment, these are also like uh, traits it should help you in becoming a better human. So this also helps in the field. Attention. Pay attention to what people are saying and listening well, because sometimes is that your you are always thinking about your research, your questions, how to deal with it, and you're not listening to the people. So if you miss some sensitive issue or some sensitive talk from the participants, I think that can cost you somewhere. Be truthful and trustworthy with the people. I think one of the best or most important part of the ethical issues is you need to be honest. Like you can't lie in the field. For example, you're going for one thing, for collecting data on, for example, vaccine hesitancy or maybe COVID knowledge. So you can't lie to them that I've come for another purpose and I need to get some information. Just give me this information also. You need to be honest. You should be direct with them. Ki, I'm here for this research. These are my objectives, and I need to collect data in this way. You should be non-judgmental, because you are there to collect data. You cannot be judgmental. You should be accepting different points of view and work styles. I think in the FGD, as I discussed yesterday, this was also one of the specific points I was focusing on, that the facilitator who was conducting, who should conduct the FGD, he should never be judgmental, or he should never have his opinion in the group discussion. He might get offended by some points, but he's there as a neutral person. So don't be judgmental. You should be open to people's problem and situations. Listening is, I think, the best thing you can do in the field while collecting data. Probably the qualitative data. Listening is very important. Although writing and listening both are like the skills you need to develop during the, even if you are audio recording something, I think writing what you are listening will really help you creating field notes. Be emphatic. Try to put yourself in someone's shoes and to relate what they are feeling. So these are like few traits you can develop before like going to the field or before developing an rapport. This will definitely help you. So what is the importance of rapport building? It helps you expand your network. Like if you are good with other people, your sample size, whatever you have decided, I think you can complete it. As I told you yesterday, we were talking about the snowball, purposive, every type of sampling. I think it will only be success if you are good in building a rapport with them, and it will help you expand your network. It will like add more participants, more respondents to you. If they like you in the field, I think they will voluntarily come to you and talk to you. They can open up about anything they want to do. But if they don't like you, I think the first thing is they will refuse to talk to you. They won't, even if they are like talking to you, they won't like share, I think, in detail everything. The second is it helps you connect with diverse people, because for qualitative data, sometimes we have to go to rural areas, tribal areas, or different parts of the states or nations. So this really helps you in connecting with the diverse population. It improves your personal relationship with the respondents, participants, or the leader of the respondents. And probably this will help in collecting a rich data, because our main purpose is to collect rich data so that we can have a good research and write it. So what to do in the field? Now these were the qualities you need to have for repo establishment. Like I told you what you need to, what is repo, why you need that. Now the question is, like, when you are in the field, what you need to follow. So ideally, when we go to the field, it's not like we act lonely. Even if you have a team with you, you need to have a contact in the local community. Like the contact may be their leader, the contact may be their official leader, some functionary of the village or of the ward. Like as in the urban areas, there are wards, and in the villages there are panchayats. For example, you can, like, first of all, you can talk to a in a panchayat, you can talk to the sarpanch, who is the president, and then you can go ahead with the study. Because ideally, the principal investigator and the team works together in close consultation with the community leader, because this will help you to identify the potential participants for each side, because you are new to the field. Even if you have been there and you are again visiting the field, you need to develop a plan. You need to identify potential participants for each side. So for that, I think the first thing is you need a local contact. If you have a local contact, then it is very easy for you. Like he can tell you about the potential participants who can, like, help you in collecting data. And the sample you have, like for the sample you have chosen, for example, purposive sampling, then you can ask that leader or whatever contact you have, if we need this person with these characteristics, just let us know. So he's the one, or maybe more than one people, they can help you in the field. So it is important to be respectful and responsive to his guidance and advice of the local expert, because he knows them better, the local people, because you are new. Or maybe you have been there the second time, but still he knows the people better. He has a more opportunity to establish rapport with the local community than you. And I think he have to maintain it afterwards you come back. So you need to respect and responsive to the guidance. You need to listen. You need to have the advices of the local expert, community leaders, what he is saying. You can't ignore whatever he's saying, his advices. That is very important. So each research team develops guidelines for introductory comment staff make. I think first of all you will have some introductory comments to the potential participants at the each site, and if you have that your first contact or the leader present there at that situation, I think that will expand your network, and it will help you in bringing more respondents and participants to the study. So while you give your introductory comments, I think it is important that you have the participants and your first contact or the leaders of the community. And the guidelines, introductory comments, whatever you are saying, I think you need to be sensitive to the social and cultural context of the participants. As I gave you an example, the story I told you in the beginning. So for example, in the story I told you that she knew about the culture, so she didn't took any other gifts like other did. She took just a simple coconut. So this tells you that if you know about the culture of the community, I think that will help you. So very important is that you need to know about the culture in prior to going into the field. If you have studied them, if you have studied the community, that will definitely help you in, like, communication. You will be sensitive to their social and cultural context, because in India there are different ethnic groups, small groups, big groups. So in every part you have a different culture, different social norms, different dialects. Everything is different here. It's a very diverse population. So I think everyone needs to be sensitive to different cultural contexts. You can't go in with your prior thinking that what you have been uh, having in your culture or social norms that can apply to others. I think that is not the way things work. So you need to have knowledge about the cultural context of the population. And for culture and social context, I think I'm talking this about the qualitative mode. So these guidelines which you are like talking to them, or these introductory comments you're talking to them, I think they should reflect the researchers' awareness. As I told you, participants should be like, whenever you are talking to the participants and you know about their culture, their social norms, I think they are very like, they might be happy. The person who has came here, he knows something about us, like he has studied about us and he's sensitive to us. Like, for example, if someone comes to me and he already knows what are my norms, what are my cultural norms, I think I'll be happy to communicate with them. Other than someone comes and talks like in rudely to me or directly to me without like, so I won't talk to him. I won't like to communicate to him. So this is what happens in the field. So you need to be aware about everything. Informed consent is very important. It is a mechanism for ensuring people to understand what it means to participate in a particular research study. Because the participants, I think, when you meet them first time, they don't know why you have come. Even if they have been like communicated by the village people or by authorities, they don't have idea, I think, in-depth idea about the study you are doing. So it is important that you ensure in the informed consent that why you are there, what kind of study you are doing, what kind of participants you need, what kind of information you are seeking from them. Is it sensitive? Is it not sensitive? So these are some of the issues I think you should always take care. And informed consent is one of the most important tool for ensuring respect for person during the research. This is also an ethical issue. You can't go in without an informed consent. So the first task in achieving informed consent is to inform people about the research in a way they can understand. Mm, For example, like you are a team from PGI, maybe from any other organization, you are visiting a rural area and you guys are talking in English and talking to them in English, so they won't understand a thing. I think you need to have the local dialect, or you need to take the help of a local person. If you don't know the local dialect, then you need to take a local person. You need to ask him to translate whatever you say, because then only they can understand why you are there, why the research is being like done. So the procedures of informed consent are based on national and international research ethic guidelines. Every institute has an ethical committee, so all these consents are based on their standard guidelines, and a review of these guidelines is very important. Like after sometimes you have to review these, and it is also a part of ethics training. Every research organization has specific guidelines as well. Different organizations may have different guidelines for informed consent. In general, the data collection activities that require more than casual interaction with a person, I think they require individual informed consent from that person, regardless of what community level permission exists. Whenever you need, like for example, when we are conducting in-depth interviews with the people, we need to take the informed consent of that respondent. Maybe we have a consent from the head of the village, community, town, city, or whatever, but we need to have the consent of that individual also, because at last we are taking information from him, not from the organization or not from the village head. So regardless of that, I think you require individual informed consent. For example, even in the focus group discussion, you have 10 participants, you need to have informed consent from all of them. So what now, this was about informed consent, why we need it and how it is just on like written guidelines on the paper. Informed consent, it can be, it is based on the guidelines of your ethical committee. You can design it as your organization permits. So now I'm talking about what this consent should convey? The purpose of the research. The first thing you should convey is the first paragraph of your consent should include the purpose of the research, why you are in the field, what information you need, what is the purpose of your research, what is expected of the research participants. You need to give the time likely to be required, because if you tell them we need half an hour and you are taking 1 hour or 1.5 hours, then it is difficult that you will get the next participant, because that participant will go in the community and tell ki, I was told for half an hour, then I'm sitting for 1.5 hours. So I think you need to put it in the informed consent, the amount of time likely to be required for the participation. It can go like 5 to 10 minutes up or down, but not more than that. So you be specific about the time. Also tell them about the expected risk and benefits, including the psychological or social. Be clear about these risks and benefits. The fact that participation is voluntary, so I think they should be allowed to withdraw at any time with no negative repercussions. And this you have to do in the written and informed consent. You are allowed to withdraw at any time when you don't feel you need to give information. You can withdraw at any time. And you need to tell them how confidentiality is protected, that you are not giving their name, how their confidentiality is protected. I think this is also one of the most important part of the informed consent. Name and contact information of the local lead investigator to be contacted for question or problems. I think if they have any queries related to the research, you should provide them with the contact information of a local lead investigator. Maybe if there's no local, then you can provide the numbers or information about research team so that they can be contacted for any query. Name and contact information of the appropriate person to the contact. One's rights as a research participant. I think this is usually a chair of ethical committee overseeing the research. I think you can provide the name and contact of the informed principal investigator also. So these are the things which I think you should include in the consent. That is all from myself. And if I have missed anything, I think Dr. Venkat and Dr. Manmeet can add.
Thank you, Dr. Abhishek, for nice presentation. And
Thank you.
now we can, actually there is no question right now in chat box.
Okay.
So
I think we can take it later also if there's any query.
yes.
Okay. Fine.
So we can, if anything can add, Dr. Manmeet can add if she wants, or if you want to say something, Dr. Abhishek.
I think I would probably ask if Dr. Manmeet has to add anything. Otherwise, we can answer the questions later whenever these are ready.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's fine, and it was quite elaborate. I don't think that I mean anybody will be having any questions. But still, if anything is not clear or some things you want to know more about, please get back to us. I don't think that I have much to add, and the message is very clear that we need to introduce ourselves to the community and understand their needs first. And the second is that, yes, let us ensure that we have taken their consent, because that is the ethics that we always follow in all the types of research. So these are the two very clear, loud messages that we need to consider, right? So thank you, Abhishek. Anything that they will be asking, we are there to answer for the whole day.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. So we can take a break, ma'am, or because next session will be at 2 p.m. of Dr. Venkatesh Chakrani. So
Okay. So I think we can take the questions if we have time after that. What do you say?
No, if
Yes.
there are questions, then we can take, but there are no questions, so it doesn't
Yes.
matter.
Okay. Okay.
There
Yeah.
is
Okay.
one
So we can
question from yesterday's session, Dr. Abhishek.
Okay.
A difference between open-ended question and in-depth interview. One of the participant was asking in morning. So if you can
What?
answer it.
Open.
A difference between open-ended question and in-depth interview.
Open-ended questions. That's a part
Yes.
of tool. In-depth interview is a data collection method.
Yes. Yes.
So
Yes.
within an in-depth interview, you have open-ended questions or maybe close-ended questions.
Exactly.
That is a different like thing.
Okay. Okay. And right now we have only one questions.
Can,
So
yeah, I think probably they need some more clarification, Abhishek. The person who has
Yes, ma'am.
asked, yeah. So the point is that if we need to collect data and if we need to collect, I mean, explanatory kind of data, then we have to have open-ended questions, right? So when we prepare in-depth interview, then we generally put open-ended questions, right? That we don't go for the structured questions like, do you know this? The person would say yes, no. If you know, how do you know? Okay, what was the source of knowledge? So those are the structured questioners, questions, and those are the questions which we call as closed questions, right?
yes.
But when we are saying open-ended question, it means that we are trying to know, okay, can you briefly tell us about the source of knowledge? Okay, or I mean, we have to keep it like not into that the persons are forced to answer yes, no, or not applicable, but they can actually elaborate on their answer. So the question should be in especially for the in-depth interviews, the tool that we develop, which is known as topic guide, we should write the questions, not the questions, I mean, the guide should be prepared in a way that our questions should also be quite open and people are able to answer whatever the way they want to. I mean, they can explain rather than saying yes, no, how much, etc., etc. Right?
Yes.
If it
Yes.
is clear, it's okay. Otherwise, you can ask again.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
If you feel not clear, please ask because it is important to learn.
I think, ma'am, it is very clear from your side. So, ma'am, we can take a break. Let's come their messages or any queries in chat box. Then I will write down that message
Okay.
Okay.
Okay,
and
Saurav,
we'll
that's fine.
discuss it on 4 p.m. Okay, on discussion time.
Okay, fine.
So
Fine,
we
Saurav.
can take break for till 2 p.m. After lunch, we
Yeah.
will meet.
Yeah.
Okay.
If Dr.
Okay.
Lakshmi agrees, we can break for lunch.
Ma'am, I think ma'am is not here.
Okay. Okay,
Okay,
then just
fine.
have a break.
Yes, 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 ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Dr.
Okay.
Abhishek.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, Saurav, thank you.
Okay, bye. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Hi.
Hi, sir. Sir, we will start the session by 2 o'clock.
Okay.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Now we are going to start our next session, that is about writing a qualitative research manuscript and introduction. The session will be taken by Dr. Venkateshan Chakrapani. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I will try to project my slide once again.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. So in the morning, we have seen how to conduct qualitative data analysis. This is more, so this session is more of how we can see the, say, the fruit of those labor. Like this is the outcome of the analysis, the manuscript or research report, whatever your aim is. But here I'm focusing on how to write a qualitative research manuscript for a peer-reviewed journal. The same principles may be applicable for writing a research report or writing a qualitative research thesis. I think you can adapt the same principles or elements from this session. Yeah, of course, I mentioned that we are going to focus primarily on writing empirical qualitative research articles for peer-reviewed journals, but I will not be focusing on the process of writing, or I will not focus on, say, language related issues, the English language related issues. So it's mainly I will focus on how to, what are the essential elements of the different sections of the manuscript. So that is what will be my focus. Okay. See, manuscript can be seen as a love letter to the journal, because ultimately we want the, yes?
Sir, sorry for the interruption. Sir, your slide is not visible.
Okay, I will try again.
I'm able to see. It's not visible at you too?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Now?
But I am able to see.
Yes, yes, yes. Now it's okay.
Okay.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Okay. You can continue.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. So regarding the, of course, regarding the terminology, some people use the term paper only for published articles, but some people use the paper for even if the manuscript is just submitted, that is still some people may call that as a paper. So that depends upon the discipline. But here I'm using the term manuscript as a term before the acceptance of that particular article. So your manuscript, as you are going to submit to the journal, can be seen as a love letter. So it can be rejected or it can be accepted. But there is also a third possibility from the journal. So sometimes they will say, okay, it is not accepted in the current form. So please revise and resubmit. So actually, most often we get this get this response. Of course, rejection is there, but often most of us we receive like revise and resubmit. So that is the common response we get. So understanding what are the essential elements of the manuscript will help us in preparing the manuscript according to the particular journal's requirements. So it is important that we need to read the guidelines of the particular journal before you submit the manuscript online. Most often nowadays it's primarily online. So previously we have to send it by post, but nowadays I think almost all the journals they accept online submission of manuscripts. Okay. So what makes a publishable paper? So what are the things which we need to keep in mind when we are writing our manuscript? So these are some of the more like a tips. So whether your manuscript presents new knowledge. So this new knowledge can be in terms of any new empirical or substantive research findings, or you may contribute to some theory, maybe refining a theory or extending a theory, or your manuscript may bring some new insights into existing debates, or there may be some existing knowledge already is there, but you are going to use some new analytic approaches or techniques to explore that existing knowledge. So these are some of the ways by which our manuscript can be seen as providing some new knowledge, or sometimes what is called original contribution if it is in the term of PhD thesis. And second is we should be familiar with the what is called the academic conversation. So what has happened before our study? So there have been a lot of studies which have been conducted and published. So we should be familiar with at least the relevant, pertinent studies which are related to our research topic and manuscript. So there is one book called They Say and I Say from Graf and Wittgenstein. So where they talk about like your manuscript, you have to see that as you are introducing your own points in an ongoing conversation. If there is a, say, tea party going on and people are talking, you will not just go and talk about yourself immediately, right? You go and listen to what other people say, and then you agree or disagree with what they say, and then you talk about yourselves. The same principle is applicable here also. You should be familiar with what has been the studies that have been published, what are the strengths and gaps in those studies, and how your study is going to be more meaningful or useful. So that kind of arguments you need to build in your writing, even especially in the introduction. And of course, not everything in this list you need to have in the manuscript, in your manuscript, but these are some of the tips which you can think when you are drafting your manuscript. Okay, of course, for publishing, you require high quality ideas, appropriate methods, for appropriate data collection methods or appropriate data analysis methods, and clear writing. Okay. And so most often, I think the new researchers, they tend to write for themselves. So when you are writing for a peer-reviewed journal, so you need to think of particular audience in mind. So let us say you are writing to a journal which is catering to practitioners. There, if you are going to write about, say, some theory that may not be that much relevant for that particular audience. So think of the audience of the particular journal, and then or maybe think of your research purpose and what you want to convey, and accordingly you have to select appropriate audience, appropriate journal outlet for your research study. So audience, thinking about your research purpose and audience is very important in how we are going to write that particular manuscript. So these things need to be decided before you even start writing, not after you have written the manuscript. You are thinking about like where I can submit this particular manuscript. Of course, I think one important point is you need to clear about the point that your paper needs to be seen as an argument. Remember, like in the morning, we discussed about making claims and arriving at conclusions. So your paper should not be only seen as say providing some new information, but also it should be in the form of an argument. You have to make some claims, even if it is a descriptive study. There may be some claims you can still make. So regardless of whether it is exploratory study or explanatory study, your findings need to be put forward as in the form of making claims. That is what I mean when we say like your paper needs to be seen as an argument. So when to start writing? Even in the morning, so we were discussing that as soon as the data are collected, you need to analyze immediately, and then even if it is some preliminary ideas, you need to put together in on paper. So then you will know what are the gaps in your ideas or thought process, which will help you in further collecting appropriate data. So you have to start writing then as soon as possible, because the preliminary writing, nobody is going to actually see what you have written. So it is only for yourself. But as you write, you can able to see that there are many gaps in your thought processes. Okay. And it need not be, say, let us say you allocate like, okay, now I have collected all the data and I need 1 week to analyze and write. So it need not be like a binge writing. So it may be helpful if it is more of ongoing periodic writing sessions. And even before you write the manuscript, maybe presenting that in some conferences or in symposium may also help you in clarifying your thoughts on that particular topic, and also help you in writing clearly. So the last point I have emphasized several times, writing itself as an analysis, and writing is closely related to thinking. Okay, so these are some of the typical contents of a journal article. So title, abstract, and keywords, what they call IMRAD, right? In medical journals, most often this is the one, IMRAD, I for introduction, M for methods, R for results, and D for discussion. In qualitative, often some journals, they prefer the term findings rather than results, because results are seen as more of quantitative research terminology. And there may be a separate section called conclusion in some journals, but sometimes the conclusion section can be the last paragraph in the discussion. Of course, the references are common, whether it is for any journal, like references and other things like acknowledgements, any disclaimer or appendices. Nowadays, they also allow online appendices where you can, for example, upload your topic guide, even some data abstracts, additional data abstracts you can upload. So we will go through almost each of these one by one. So coming to title. So some of the principles are common, whether it is a quantitative research article or qualitative research article, but my focus here is primarily on qualitative research article. So most often when you think about how you Google search certain articles, so mainly you type some keywords, right? So and then you look at the titles of the list of articles you have seen. So most often title is the one which we see first. So title should be more like an advertisement or an invitation for reading your abstract actually. So because people tend to then read abstract, and only if they see the abstract is okay, then they read the entire paper. So title then forms a main source of luring in potential leaders who may benefit from our research study. Okay, of course, the title should also have appropriate words which usually people use when they are searching for the research topics. And of course, the title ideally it needs to be short, but how short we will see like some examples of what do you mean by short in qualitative research article titles. But sometimes the short here may not be short at all. Again, it depends upon the journal and the complexity of your research topic. You need not be too general in the title, you need not be too much specific in your title. So that's the broad guidance which we can keep in mind. Okay, so this is just to show that many people, they just look at the title and most often, and then some of them, then they try to read the abstract. Only if they find the abstract is maybe relevant to their research topics, then they tend to read the full article. So that actually shows the importance of the amount of amount of the effort we need to put in the title and the abstract. Okay, so these are the questions which you can ask yourself when you are generating a title for your manuscript. So which of my findings will attract attention? What is new, different, and interesting about my findings? And you think about 3 to 5 keywords which people usually type in, say, whether it is in Google search or in academic databases, or what are the keywords they will type in. So your title should be able to cover those things. So these are some common patterns of titles in qualitative research. I have mainly shown examples from my own research articles just to show the variety. So one pattern is just a simple topic title. For example, you can see barriers to free antiretroviral treatment access for female sex workers in Chennai. That is a simple topic title. Just show what is the topic. It doesn't even say it is a qualitative study. There's another thing is two-part title. There is a quote and there is a main title. So this quote is from one of your say in-depth interviews or focus groups, which is quite illustrative of the focus of the manuscript. For example, here you can see that if it is not working, why would they be testing it? So this is in relation to HIV vaccine trials. So about the mental models of vaccine trials. So you can see there is a quote and there is a main title. And another variation is of this two-part title is a main title and the subtitle. So this subtitle can be just to show that this is a qualitative study, or it can be it need not say qualitative study, but still you have a main title and the subtitle. Okay, so we have seen about the title. So now coming to the abstract. So we already saw that after seeing the titles, people then tend to read the abstract. So abstract should be then ideally well written. So again, follow the guidelines of the journal. Some journals, they want what is called structured abstract, and some want unstructured abstract. So structured abstract is something like this. Say you need to have some subtitles even in the abstract, like background, methods, results or findings, conclusions. But sometimes some journals, they want unstructured abstract. They don't want any subtitles within the abstract. They mainly want what are the key findings. Of course, the same content which is going to be there in the structured abstract can also be there in the unstructured abstract. And the number of words also is going to determine how much importance you are going to give, for example, to the method section or to the conclusion section in the structured or unstructured abstract. So some journals, they give up to 350 words. Some journals, they give only 150 words. So the lesser the number of words, usually it is more likely to be unstructured. For example, if it is 150 words, usually the journal expects an unstructured abstract. Yeah. I think some of these we have already discussed. So this is just more like a checklist for you. So whether even if it is an unstructured abstract, you think about like whether you have provided the context of your study, or even at least the research question or the research objectives, it should be there. And very briefly about the methods and the key findings, and 1 or 2 sentences about the implications of the findings. And again, along with the abstract, you also need to identify from anywhere from 5 to 8 what is called keywords. So these keywords may be slight variations of what is there in the title. So you need not repeat the exact wordings, exact words of the title also in the list of keywords. You can use some synonyms so that when people type in, say, Google search or in whether in academic databases, so both the terms used in the title and also the terms used in the keywords, they can show up. So usually the academic databases are set up in such a way that when people type certain words, the synonyms of those words are also automatically searched in the particular academic database. Okay, so this is just to show like some of the checklists for your abstract. Of course, one point, even in the abstract, see, this is in qualitative research, most journals, they also allow a first person language. For example, you can say like we conducted or we analyzed, we interpreted this as, for example. So you can say like I or we, like a first person. But many quantitative research journals usually they don't allow this kind of first person. Mostly they prefer more of a perceived kind of wordings. For example, rather than like we conducted this study was conducted, something like that. So it is more of a passive way of presenting the, say, the wordings. So that also you need to keep in mind, whether even in the abstract itself. Well, but as I have told, like many journals, qualitative research journals, they allow first person language, both in the abstract and also in the main text. Okay. So these are just showed some examples. I will not go through in detail, just to show as an example of an unstructured abstract, an example of a structured abstract. Both are qualitative. Okay, so we have seen title and abstract and little bit about keywords. Are now coming to the introduction section. Okay, so what are the things which we need to cover in the introduction? See, as we discussed earlier, so there have been many studies conducted before your study. So you need to be mindful of those studies, both empirical literature and also any theoretical literature. And you need to provide that kind of background before you introduce your own research questions or research objectives. You need to link like the past literature and why your study is needed. So it is more of you have to identify what is the gap in the current literature, whether it is empirical literature or the theoretical literature or methodological literature, and how your study is going to fill that gap. Okay, so that is how you need to structure the introduction. Usually the introduction ends with research objectives or research questions. In qualitative research, both are acceptable, even though some people may prefer research questions. Some journals may prefer that. And the number of paragraphs or pages of the introduction, again, it varies according to the particular journal. If it is more of a theory-oriented journal, the introduction also needs to cover studies, conceptual framework or theoretical framework, and relatively then it becomes more of, say, let us say, like it may be even 1,500 words you need to write the introduction. But for some journals where the total number of words itself is actually like 3,000 or 3,500 words, then the introduction section, it need not be too long. It can be just say 500 words, just 2 pages. So I told, like in the introduction section, we need to end with research questions or research objectives. These are, for example, some examples of research questions. One from, say, the grounded theory tradition, and another is from the phenomenology tradition. So it can be just simple single question, but sometimes there can be a couple of questions. For example, this is from my study. So one of my recent study. So you can see there are nearly 3 questions. So you end with the questions like this, the research questions. For example, it explicitly says that to address the critical knowledge gap on the experiences of transmasculine people, we used such and such theory to explore the following research questions. So that is how we can end with the introduction section. Okay, so in thesis or in your whether it is PhD or masters, usually people may be familiar with having a review of literature section, but in a peer review journal, usually there is no such explicit review of literature section. We usually combine the past literature when we are writing the introduction or when we are comparing and contrasting with other studies in the discussion section. So that is where your literature will go. Usually there is no separate literature review section. So we have seen introduction section. Now we are coming to the method section. So very broadly, these are the things which need to be covered, whether it is qualitative or quantitative. So I will slightly elaborate on these topics. So you can start with justification of why qualitative research for this particular study. And if you are following a particular research tradition, let us say a grounded theory approach or a case study approach or phenomenology, then you need to provide some rationale for why you have chosen that particular research tradition and not the others. Then you also describe your participants, what is the setting, whether it is a clinical setting, whether it's a community setting. So those kind of details, and of course, setting also in relation to the city or cities, and the sampling techniques which you have used. Most often, even of course, the main technique is what is called purposeful sample or purposive sampling, and there are a lot of subtypes of purposeful sampling, which I think might have been discussed yesterday. So you need to maybe specify not only just maybe the purposive sampling, but also the subtype of the purposive sampling where relevant. Okay. And also the data collection methods which you have used, whether you have used focus groups, in-depth interviews with the study participant, or key informant interviews, or the combination of these. So you need to provide that information. And also very briefly about the content of your what is called topic guide. So if you have conducted in-depth interviews or focus groups, you might have used what is called topic guide. Some people may use the term interview schedule, but maybe appropriate term is topic guide. So very brief mention about the content of the topic guide can be there in the method section. And also whether you have recorded it, whether it is audio recording or video recording, and very briefly about the transcription and translation, and of course some details about how you conducted the data analysis. And again, the details of the different section, how much amount of words, number of words you can allocate to each of the section depends upon the maximum word limit for the particular journal. So depending on that, you need to decide how much detail you need to provide for each of these. Okay, so the data analysis subsection needs to cover these details, preparation of the data like transcription, translation, and what is the general procedure of data analysis. For example, in the morning we discussed about coding, categorizing, and developing themes. And then whether you have used any validity strategies. This one, of course, I did not discuss. I'm not sure whether it was discussed yesterday. So you can also very briefly mention some validity strategies which you have used. For example, if you have conducted in-depth interviews and your main focus is on providing participant perspectives, that is the primary focus, providing voice of the participants, then you can share your analysis or your even the draft manuscript with the study participants or the community members from which the study participants were recruited, and ask for the feedback. So that is what is called member checking or respondent validation. So that is just one example of a validity strategy which you can use. So there are several such validity strategies which you may need to do and then incorporate that as part of the data analysis section. So this see sometimes the journals for example this journal they allowed up to 8,000 words. So accordingly the data analysis subsection is quite large like this. But for some other journal if they have only a maximum word limit of 3,000 words, obviously you don't have the luxury of writing in detail about data analysis something like this. Okay, so here, for example, in the data analysis subsection, we have written about it was recorded, digitally recorded and translated, and how the code book was developed using what kind of theories, whether there is a combination of a priori codes and emergent codes, and how examples of some codes and some theoretical concepts in relation to how we went about the data analysis, and also about how we ensured the validity of the findings. So if you have only if you have that much space available in the particular journal, then you can write this much. Otherwise, usually it is barely one paragraph summary, and then you provide key references for what you have mentioned in the data analysis. Of course, in the method section, you also need to mention about having obtained ethics approval from institutional review board or ethics review committee. So that you need to mention that. Of course, if it is a blinded review, we will just add that once the manuscript is accepted for publication. Otherwise, if it is not a blinded review, you can just include the name of the say the IRB and also the reference number of the IRB or ethics committee approval number. So we have seen method section, how to write it. Now we are coming to the finding section. So this maybe I will take a little more because this is the one which is largely quite distinct from writing finding section or result section from quantitative research article. So one main dilemma is how to organize the finding section. So that is I think one of the key I think dilemma or issue faced by many of the new investigators, because some people they tend to organize according to the methods. For example, they may say, okay, I may first want to present what are the findings from the focus groups, and then I want to present what are the findings from the independent reviews. Usually, that kind of organization of the findings are not appropriate or relevant. So these are the two common ways of organizing findings for a peer review journal. So you either organize the findings according to the themes of topics. So I have given an example of organizing by themes in the morning. For organizing by topics, for example, let us say, let us take the examples of barriers to HIV treatment access. So you can organize the barriers. What are the barriers you have found in the qualitative study according to what is, let us say, what is called social ecological model. You can summarize the barriers, say individual level barriers, interpersonal barriers, and institutional level barriers, meaning what are the barriers in the healthcare settings. And then lastly, what are the social structural barriers? For example, stigma, discrimination being a barrier for people in HIV to go to the antiretroviral treatment centers. So now here we were organizing the findings according to the topics, meaning, of course, you are also using a theory. So the topics are individual level barriers, institutional level barriers, social structural barriers. So that is one way, like when you organize by themes of the topics. And another is there may be some conceptual model based upon some theories or based upon your own ideas. So you can use that conceptual model or conceptual framework to organize the findings. So I'm going to show examples of that. So this is, for example, this again from one of my study in which the finding section were organized according to the concepts of a particular theoretical framework. So you can see there are like nearly 7 concepts in this particular theoretical framework. So I organized the findings according to these 7 concepts of particular theoretical framework. So this was about acceptability of pre-exposure prophylaxis. So I used what is called the theoretical framework of acceptability, which had 7 concepts. So then I summarized the findings according to these 7 concepts. So this is one way of organizing the findings. And if there are some other model, like say this is what is called a modified technology acceptance model, which I used to organize the findings. Again, you can see there are like some bolded subtitles which can be used as as a way of organizing your findings. So again, in the diagram itself, it can show the connections between these different subtopics in the finding section. Okay, so those are the 2 common ways of organizing the finding section. So I'm just discussing about at the very broad level. So at the broad level, the finding section can be organized in terms of themes or topic, or in terms of a conceptual model. There are also other ways of organizing the findings. For example, you can organize your findings according to research questions. What are your answers for the research question 1 and for research question 2, etc. So that is one way. And sometime if it is, let us say, if it is it's a small number of in-depth interview study, let us say 5 or 6, you can even then provide a case summary of each of these like 5 or 6 in-depth interview persons, and then you can also then provide a summary of cross case analysis also in the finding section. So this is one way you can think about, especially if your study is like small number in-depth interview study. And another way is in terms of typologies. For example, one study from Van Manen, so he summarizes according to these typologies. So these are the typologies of the research tales, the research stories. So like he talks about like 3 typologies of how researchers tell the qualitative research findings. So that itself is like a typology of how qualitative researchers they present their findings. What is called realist tales, confessional tales, and impressionist tales. So these are other ways, maybe less frequently used ways of organizing the finding section in a peer-reviewed journal. Okay, so I already told like these 2 may not be an appropriate method for organizing your findings according to the methods, like findings from in-depth interviews and then findings from focus group. And second, it may not be appropriate to summarize your findings according to the chronology, how you went into the research field first, and then you conducted say this first focus groups and second, those kind of stories. So that kind of chronology-based summary of the research findings also usually need to be avoided, except maybe in some situations, let us say there are some ethnographic studies where you may need to provide some of those information, how the researcher gained entry into the particular research field. So those kind of information may be relevant in some research disciplines. So we have started with how to organize the finding section itself at a larger level. Now we will slightly at the micro level. At the micro level, how we can present the findings. So remember in the morning we discussed about qualitative data analysis, and the data there means mainly it's in a study which used focus groups or in-depth interview, the data are nothing but the verbal data, or which are eventually converted into textual data, because you are going to convert that verbal data into transcription of translated text, and you are going to use some quotes as an evidence for the claims you are going to make. Okay, so how you want to organize at the micro level. So usually, so this is one way of organizing at the micro level. So what is called a sandwich structure. So you make a claim, meaning you arrive at a conclusion, and you provide quote or quotes as an evidence for the particular claim. And then you can end with providing a brief commentary of the claim. So for example, here I have shown one example from one of my publications. So you can see the claim is some female sex workers, they feel they need family support for antiretroviral treatment adherence. So then the evidence for the claim is a quote. So according to one participant, then the quote is there. And then there is also a commentary on that claim. So this is one way by which you can organize at the micro level your claims. So usually the findings are organized as in terms of multiple claims. Claim with a quote or evidence, and then another claim with quote. Like that, it goes on and on in terms of like how you present the findings. So this is one way, like using what is called sandwich structure. You make a claim, and then you provide a quote as an evidence, quote or quotes as an evidence, and then you may provide a brief commentary of the claim. So other ways by which you can incorporate quotes is what is called block quotes. So I'm going to show the example in the next slide. And another way is by having multiple small quotes or mini quotes. Sometimes if there are many quotes which you want to include, but the journal's word limit is, let us say, 3,000 words, you may not put too many quotes within the main text. So in such case, maybe you can think about having some of the quotes put in tables. So there can be a table of quotes also. So just to show examples of these, for example, you can see there are small mini quotes here in the first sentence. So this is an example of mini quotes. And then you can see this is an example of a block quote. So block quote is nothing but it's a quote. It's a longer quote, but it is provided in a separate indented paragraph. So that is called as a block quote. So you can see the mini quotes and you can see the block quote. And ideally, for all the quotes, now it is better to provide from which subgroup of the participant it is coming and what is the focus group number, where in which setting or which city it was conducted, if it is a multi-site study. So this is called as unique identifier. For each quote, you need to provide unique identifier from which focus group, from which city, from which subgroup that particular quote is coming. So that is the information you need to provide within brackets. So that is called unique identifier. If it is an in-depth interview, sometimes some journals, they also want, instead of the in-depth interview number, you can just give a pseudonym for that particular in-depth interview participant. So this is an example of table of quotes. So of course, this can save some space, especially if the word limit of the journal is not that much, like if it is only 3,000 words. Okay, so we have seen the macro level and micro level details. So just like the quantitative research finding section, you may also need to summarize the social demographic characteristics. It can be done either in the form of a table like this, but if you have conducted only a few focus groups or only a few in-depth interviews, you can even summarize that in the form of a paragraph. There is no need for a separate table. But sometimes here, because it is both there are both focus groups and also key informant interviews, so you just want to provide additional details, or maybe sometimes the reviewer actually asks for these kind of details. So in such case, you can provide a table of social demographic characteristics. In qualitative research, there is also one thing called word table, because in quantitative research, the tables contain the data and the analyses and p-values. But here in qualitative research, you can also have what is called a word table or a text table, where you can summarize the key findings. Sometimes these word tables can contain the quotes, just like the table of quotes. But sometimes it is more of the broad level findings. You can see on the first column, there is a list of themes or categories, and in the rest of the columns, It's more of the, say, the broad topic. So again here, we were trying to organize the findings according to social ecological model, like say social structural level, what are the reasons told by the participants, whether or not they are willing to participate in vaccine trial. So the findings are organized according to the level: social structural level, community level, interpersonal level, individual level, barriers or facilitators in participating in hypothetical HIV vaccine trials. So this is just an example of how we can summarize the findings in a table. You can also summarize the findings in terms of diagrams. This is a simple way of summarizing. Again, we have used the same social ecological model for summarizing the findings, but this is not that much complicated like that of the previous study. This is a separate one in which the diagram is used to show the different barriers at different levels. Again, this is just another example to show how you can use the theories also to summarize the findings. For example, here we used what is called a syndemic theory to organize and discuss the findings. So here you can see on the left-hand side, like how multiple stigmas contribute to psychological distress, and this psychological distress can contribute to HIV risk. So that is the broad idea which we wanted to convey. So this diagram was actually included in the discussion section. So those are some of the ideas for writing the finding section. We discussed about the larger picture of how to think about the organizing framework. Then we discussed about how to present the codes, making a claim and showing the evidence in the form of codes. And then we have also seen the use of tables and diagrams in the finding section. Now we come to the discussion section. So discussion section. So I'm maybe if you think about a formula for how to write the discussion section, maybe you can think in terms of writing in 5 points. For example, you can start with one paragraph in which you summarize the key findings. You put forward your key contribution, your strongest arguments in the first paragraph. And in the next couple of paragraphs, maybe 2 or 3 paragraphs, you compare and contrast your findings with other papers, other published literature. And then you show how the findings are the same or findings are different. If they are different, why they are different. What are the new insights your findings have brought to your academic discipline or the research area. So those are the things you will discuss in the next 2 or 3 paragraphs. The third one can be, you can maybe in 1 or 2 paragraphs, you can briefly summarize not only the limitations of your study, but also strengths, if at all, of course, there will be strengths as well. So of your study, you can summarize maybe 1 or 2 paragraphs. Maybe, again, you need not beat yourself like all the limitations, but mainly those limitations which are going to maybe affect the interpretation of your findings that you may need to highlight. Okay, so and next one, so we have seen three topics so far, the subtopics which you can use for organizing the discussion section. So one is we have seen summarizing the key findings. Second is comparing and contrasting with other studies. Third is about limitations and strengths. Fourth paragraph, fourth subsection. Oh, sorry. Okay. So the fourth one in relation to the implications of your findings. So what implications your findings have in relation to policy or practice or to any particular theories. So that implications you can provide maybe in 1 paragraph or 2 paragraphs. And of course, you can ideas for further research you can include as part of the limitations or implications, or it can be a couple of sentences towards the end. So you can refer to one book written by Goodson, in which she has provided templates for developing the discussion section. So that will be useful. We don't have time to discuss these templates in detail, but I have provided the complete reference for this particular book, which you can later read. I think it may be even available in Google Books for free. Okay. And some qualitative research journals, they also may want one paragraph conclusion section. But some other journals, the conclusion is actually part of the last paragraph of the discussion section. So if it is a separate section, what you can write? So this will be only one paragraph usually. So it is a final judgment on the importance and significance of the findings in terms of the implications. Of course, here you can also highlight the contributions of your study, maybe one sentence, two sentence, what is unique about your study. So your contribution you can highlight. So this I will skip. Of course, after the conclusion section, usually there will be one paragraph about acknowledgements. So where you write about the source of funding and people who are, of course, who are not co-authors, but who have provided significant technical help, and people who have provided some ideas, suggestions, but those people who do not need to be labeled as included as a co-authors, those people you need to include in the acknowledgements. Of course, in non-governmental organizations or the community agencies who helped you in the recruitment of the study participants. And sometimes some anonymous reviewers might have provided very detailed and very useful comments. So if you want to acknowledge, some people, they just say that thanks for those anonymous reviewers for their detailed critical comments, something like that they will say. Okay, I think we have seen all these very briefly, like title, abstract and keywords, introduction, methods, findings, discussion, conclusion, references, and other things. And of course, in some journals, qualitative research journal, they allow combining the finding section and discussion section into a single section. So in that case, they want one-page conclusion section. So again, it depends upon the particular journal's style. So you need to read the journal guidelines, and also you need to look at the recent publications of that particular journal. Okay, so these are some of the books which you can read. I think most of the books may be available online for free. Especially if you go to the Google Books, at least some chapters of these books are available for free reading. Okay. I think I will stop with that for any questions because I think we have enough time for discussion.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for a wonderful session. Sir, there is no question related to this session, but there are questions related to your previous session, which we can discuss right now or we can discuss later, because we have half an hour for remaining for this session only. Half an hour, and after that
I
we
think
have
the
also
previous questions are fine. Yeah, the previous the questions on the previous session is also fine, but you also keep looking like whether they are posting any questions.
Yes, sir. I have already yes, sir. I have already posted that if you have any queries, then you can post here.
Because
And
this is post lunch session, so people may be a little bit.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thanks for you being the resource person for this workshop. I just have one query: till what time you will be free today? Because I was told that you will be busy around 4 o'clock. Can we take up the discussion so that you can free you at
Yeah, I think I can join. I can join by 4 o'clock. No problem.
Okay. Saurabh, because the
Yes, ma'am.
discussion session is planned at 4, right?
Yes, ma'am. And
Then you can take down the whatever some questions you can take down now. Like
yes, ma'am.
you can take and the rest of the questions, and morning also there are few questions which are part.
Yes, ma'am.
Discussion can be discussed at around 4 o'clock.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. So,
Because,
ma'am, related to this session, there is only one question, I think.
like
What is?
related to this session, if there is only one question that can be taken up now, but overall, whatever all the questions you
Yes,
can
ma'am.
that can be taken up in the chat box, and those
Yes, ma'am.
questions can be discussed at the end. So,
Okay.
so after this session, how many sessions are still there?
No, ma'am. This is the, I think, last session of.
So this is the
There
last
is no
session.
another.
So
Yes.
what you can do is, because the session is complete right now, so
Yes, ma'am.
maybe you can take a break of half an hour, and after half
Okay.
an hour, by that time you can ask the questions to the participants if anybody have any queries. Those queries
Yes, ma'am.
regarding yesterday's and today's, whatever are the content, these 2 day
Yes.
workshop, whatever are the queries that can be taken up, and we can reassemble after an half an hour, and we can take up those questions for discussion, and we can end the day early.
Okay. Sure, ma'am.
Is it okay
So,
with you, Dr. Venkat?
Yes, that's fine. Yeah, I can join by whatever time you want to convene. You said like 4 o'clock, right?
3:30
Or
we
we
can
can
join,
no,
and
3:30.
whatever queries we
3:30.
have got,
3:30
that
is
can be
fine.
answered. And
Yeah, so I'm okay with 3:30. Yeah, we can join by 3:30. Yeah,
3:30.
yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Venkat. Saurabh, you can
Thank you.
announce, and then we can reassemble at 3:30.
Okay.
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 So there is that one question are we going to do now or later? One question on writing.
We can do it later.
Later.
Because there is only one question, we can take a break. I think you are also
Okay.
taking a marathon session since morning, and you also need a break.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, then
Okay.
by 3:30, right?
Yes,
Yes,
3:30.
3:30.
Okay. Okay, I will join. Yeah. Thanks. Yeah. You can also maybe someone can make a list of those questions already,
Yes,
which
sir.
are
We
being
have
listed.
already made. Yes, sir. We have already the
Okay.
list of questions.
Okay.
So we will
So then,
discuss.
okay. So yeah, you
Okay.
can also maybe just send it to
Saurabh, you
me
can
by
send
email.
it by chat. So
Yeah.
you can
Okay.
send it by chat or WhatsApp to Dr. Venkat before
Yes.
3:30, if possible, so that
Yes.
even the resource, and to Dr. Manvik, because even the resource persons will be aware of what are all the questions, and it will be very easier for them to
Yeah, and
take
of
the
course,
decision.
any points which were not covered during this, which need to be covered for beginners, that also we can think about and use the time to discuss about that. For example, I mentioned about the validity strategies like respondent validation. So some of those things, if not covered, maybe we can discuss in somewhat more detail. We can provide more details. Because I'm not sure like maybe Dr. Manmeet knows because I was not there in the yesterday session. So accordingly, we can also use the time to introduce some other new topics which need to be known by beginners. Of course, not for very experienced people, but at least for the beginners, what are the essential concepts they need to know. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Okay.
sir.
Thanks. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Bye.
Sir, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Yeah.
Shall we start now or?
Hey, we can start. Yeah, Dr. Manmeet is there as well.
Yes, I think Manmeet ma'am is here.
Okay.
So, sir, we have already shared all the queries with the respective resource person. So, shall I read again, sir, or?
Now, how we will go about this? Like whether, of course, sometimes the same questions can also be answered by other resource persons also.
Sir,
So
first you can start.
okay.
Then yes, sir.
So maybe one question me, and if there's any other question, Dr. Manmeet, we can go like one maybe alternatively.
Yes, sir.
So
We can.
you have shared separate questions to us, or the same question to both of us.
No, sir. Separate question for both of
Oh,
you.
oh, okay. So then
Yes.
I will start with the one question, and then maybe Dr. Manmeet, something like that we can say.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think one repeated question was about the difference between code and category. So I will start
Yes.
with that one. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So yeah, I think see one simple way of looking at it is, let us say you have say apple, you have grapes, you have pineapple, guava, like that. So all these, if you think of as codes, so these are like codes, right? Apple, pineapple, uh, whatever. So what is the category then? So then the category becomes fruits. Okay, so basically, yeah, what the label you are going to give to a similar set of codes. So that is called category. So that's a simple example of the difference between code and category. The example which I also gave in the morning is, say, if we are documenting a study on stigma, discrimination, violence faced by, say, transgender women, so and then I gave an example of say of sex workers. I gave an example of the violence faced by from police. So if you are coding a particular text segment, just okay, the person is talking about having undergone say physical abuse from police. So you code that text segment as physical abuse. You code some other test segment as say verbal abuse. You may code some other test segment as say psychological abuse or sexual abuse. So, so these are the codes. But what can be the category then? So if you think of a similar set of codes, you have to bring together and give a common label. Then you can give a common label to this as very broadly abuse, or you can say discrimination, or you can say violence. So these are the category names which you can give. So those are like two examples of thinking how to think about like codes and categories. Okay.
Sir, I think
Yeah.
uh,
So I think the
many
person
of the
who asked the
participants
question,
have same questions, sir. So I think all of them are satisfied right now with your answer. So we can move for next question.
okay,
We Manmeet ma'am.
okay, okay. Then I will just maybe read out the second one which I have received.
Yes.
Okay. So then maybe once Dr. Manmeet is there and ready, maybe somebody, if you can call, somebody can call and find out. In the
Yes.
meantime, I will try to answer the another question which I received. One is again one to clarify one more time the difference between induction, deduction, and abduction. So that is the I think more of asking for more explanation. So so remember in the terms induction, deduction, and abduction we are using to find out how we are arriving at some inferences or claims, how we are arriving at conclusions. So the same three process we may also use in actually quantitative also, but usually people tend to differentiate that in quantitative. We use more of deduction because you start with some theory, and from the theory you have hypothesis, and you collect data to test the hypothesis. So it is top-down approach. First theory, and then you collect data to find out whether your theory or the hypothesis is true or not. So that process is called as deduction. Okay, so in the morning I also gave an example of say if the theory is people laugh to good jokes, and you see in the meeting that somebody is laughing to your joke, then your inference that your joke is a good joke is based upon deduction, because the theory is people laugh to good jokes. Okay, so this process of applying uh, theory to arrive at conclusions, you are collecting data or looking at the data, but you use the theory to arrive at the conclusion. So then that process is called deduction. Okay, so this is used both in qualitative and quantitative. We use in both research. So induction is supposed to be specifically more likely to be used in qualitative research. So induction is we use the data. So the data can be an observation or the data can be a textual data. So use that data to arrive at a claim or inference or a conclusion. So in the morning, again, I gave an example of, so if you look at my lips, if my lips go like this, maybe then you can interpret that as smiling, right? So this is the observation. Your interpretation is smiling. So you look at the data and then you make the inference. First comes, which one comes first? First, the data comes first and then comes the inference. So from data, you are making an inference. So then that process is known as induction. Okay, again, in qualitative research, there is one thing called grounded theory. Grounded theory means you develop a theory or you develop an explanation which is grounded or which is based on the data. So these kind of inferences are known as grounded theory. Okay, so you create a theory. Theory is nothing but a coherent explanation. You create a coherent explanation based on your data. You come out with a model or framework based on your data. So then that process is known as induction. Okay, this is more likely in qualitative research, the process of induction. So this is the second one. The third one is deduction. So deduction is, let us say, I interpret in a particular manner, but there can be other ways of interpretation. So which means I make a claim. So I gave an example in the morning about the person, one person did not laugh to my joke. Everybody else, they laughed. So my claim is the person B is, the person B is a serious person. Okay, but there can be alternative claims. I told that this person maybe did not listen, or this person was offended by the joke. So there can be alternative explanation. But if you already know, okay, the person, maybe you check with the person, did you listen to the joke? The person said yes. So then you rule out that it is not because of listening. So for you, the another alternative explanation is I told, for example, the person is offended. So you are telling, for let us say you are telling a Sardarji joke. The person is a Sardar. So you just find out like maybe whether you are offended. He says no, or he is not a Sardar. Then you can maybe safely rule out it is not because of your joke. So the idea is you rule out the alternative explanations one by one, and then you say that based upon the available evidence, the most possible, most plausible explanation, most likely explanation is this claim. So that process of arriving at a conclusion or in inference, that process by ruling out potential alternative explanations is called as abduction. Okay, abduction is also known as retroduction in some textbooks. Abduction, of course, the usual casual meaning is kidnapping, but here we are using this in a specific sense. Ruling out alternative explanation, arriving at the most likely possible explanation. So these are the three processes by which we can arrive at conclusions or make claims. So I think maybe I'm not sure whether this is helpful. Okay. Yeah, so that's about the explanation, additional explanation on the deduction, induction, and abduction. Okay. Dr. Manmeet is
I am there.
Okay, so because they
I am
told,
there.
yeah, because they told they have sent you some questions also. So I thought like maybe we can go one question from me and one question you can answer, something like that. If
Okay, sure. Yeah, sure. I think I have the first question as I'm just looking at the question now again. I think that which research strategy should be qualitative research strategy should be used preferred over the other, and what are the merits and demerits of each, like when to use grounded theory, case study, phenomenology, etc. So uh, I think that's the first question.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
So as I mentioned yesterday also, yeah, basically we focus on our own research question. So what is our research question? Just now, Dr. Venkat has explained that when to use grounded theory. Okay, why do we want to use grounded theory? But it does not mean that we cannot change this approach. It's not like quantitative study that we have thought about one design and we cannot actually change the design probably through the course of research. I think even now, even for quantitative research, we are becoming a bit flexible, not too much structured and too much kind of um, following what we wrote on the first day in the protocol, and then we are not able to change it. In qualitative research, we have more flexibility because we are focusing more on research questions. So as I mentioned yesterday, that um, if we are doing grounded theory, we have done say for example some interviews, in-depth interviews, or we have carried out some focus group discussions, but then we realized no, without probably understanding the culture, the environment, and without carrying out the observation, we cannot actually answer our research question holistically, because being holistic is very, very important in qualitative research. Then we can move from the grounded theory to ethnography. So that flexibility is there with us. We are focusing more on what is it that we are trying to find, what is it that we are trying to exploring, or what is it that we are trying to explain. So the focus is more on the research question rather than on uh, only on the research design that we need to focus, that we need to decide on. If we have decided on grounded theory, then we just cannot go for ethnography or phenomenology, because say for example, even if during the course of research we learn, I mean through this process of research I should say, that we realized, oh, there is a very interesting phenomenon which might help me explaining better. So why not to follow the phenomenological approach? So that's not a restriction. So we can always move between these designs whenever needed. Anything else anybody would like to add?
yeah, I think that's fine. I just maybe just want to add that it if because in public health research, most often people may not choose a particular research tradition, like say grounded theory, meaning classically explicitly saying I'm going to do a grounded theory, or say phenomenological study. Uh, of course, most people, because if they're in, because I assume most of the people here are medical doctors or in public health field, so many of them they may be aware about say case studies, maybe case summaries. So just publishing one summary in say medical journal, but that is quite different from what we mean by case study research in qualitative research field. Okay, so for each of the
Yep.
research, what they call the research tradition, we have let us say very broadly 5 research traditions: the case study approach, phenomenology, ethnography, narrative approach, meaning that biography. So these are some of the research traditions people broadly say like commonly used. And each of these traditions, if you are going to explicitly say, I am going to use this tradition, then technically, of course, that you will remember the fit between your research questions and research tradition. So, for example, the phenomenology, it is specifically focusing on lived experiences of a particular individual, and usually the sample size is relatively very small number. Say 6 in-depth interviews or maximum 10 in-depth interviews, like that. The main focus is to mainly describe those lived experiences, describe a particular phenomenon. What is the phenomenon of, say, living as HIV positive person and also as a transgender, for example. So if your idea is, your research focus is to document those lived experiences, then phenomenology is a good choice. Then you have to follow those traditions. But if your focus is you want to come out with some explanations, okay, so some model of a particular phenomenon, then you may need to follow the grounded theory approach. So there, even the sampling sampling techniques are quite different. Say theoretical sampling, you need to actually the subsequent sample you need to select based upon the theory which is emerging from the previous data you have gathered. But that is not the case with, say, phenomenology. Okay, so again, it's mainly the research purpose and the research question. There should be a good fit and compatibility between that and the research tradition, the data analysis methods you are going to use. So that is what I just wanted to broadly maybe put it, because this may be, especially this may be relevant for the people who are also thinking about like doing PhD. So it's of course there is a flexibility in qualitative research, but if they are like PhD candidates, they may be in trouble, like if they are going to drastically alter the research tradition itself. Because phenomenology is from psychology, mostly used in psychology background. Grounded theory is mostly used in sociology background, medical sociology including, and ethnography is mostly used in, say, anthropology. So there is also a disciplinary perspective in relation to the research tradition. So for some people, it may be difficult to change the research tradition unless they are quite, say, versatile in versatile enough to do so.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yeah, I completely agree. But at the same time, I feel that being in public health, sorry.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Probably being in public health, we need to break all these boundaries, because we are not dealing with only one kind of sociological or psychological or anthropological kind of fields. So we have to have a quite broad kind of thinking that needs to be involved in public health research. Otherwise, we will again be stuck with the designs and methods which we are already stuck. Like if I am a psychologist, probably I'll be going for more for A or B design or tradition, and similarly if I'm a sociologist, I'll be going for that. But being in public health for the past 10 to 15 years, I learned that public health is very different, and it needs contribution from all the different sciences. And that's why we have to have a very broad kind of understanding and use, not only understanding and use of the traditions and the designs, whatever we want to call them, like strategies. So and that is the beauty of qualitative research, for as far as my understanding goes. So thank you, Dr. Venkat, that you added to it, and it was really important that they should know that how these different traditions are actually, from where these different traditions are coming, and why we generally try to stick to one, like PhD students certainly need to. So, but I have seen PhD students now actually coming up with quite modifiable protocols and synopses.
Yeah, of course.
In different universities. Yeah.
Even if
Thank
we
you.
combine, even if we combine two different research
So you can go for the
that,
next question, maybe.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, of course, I agree with what you have said. What I did
Not
not
able to
say
hear
that.
you.
Yeah, can you hear? Can you hear now?
Not able to hear you.
Okay, so
No.
Saurabh, you can able to hear?
It's breaking.
Yes, yes, sir. We are able to hear you, sir.
Yes.
Okay, I think yeah, that's fine. See, my point is just to have caution when we combine different research traditions. That is the main thing. So if the two research traditions are compatible,
Yeah.
in if we can able to combine them, then that is fine. Because even the pluralism, what they call the pluralism, right? So it is allowed. Of course, it is allowed, but it should be between the compatible research tradition. That is a broad one. Yeah, maybe I may be conservative, but that's what broadly I want to say.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Uh,
Okay, then I will go to the question I have. Okay, so one question is on what is negative case analysis. Okay, see this, I think they have seen this when I talked about the validity strategies that is being used in qualitative research. So there are several ways by which we can conduct within quotes what is called validity check. So I provided some details about the respondent validation or member checking. Similarly, you see in quantitative research, if there are some participants for who fall in the minority. Let us say even let us say the depression scores are very high or very low. So then beyond a particular, like say more than 2.5 or 3 standard deviation, then we tend to actually discard that data. We tend to remove that cases. We call them as outliers, right? We call them as outliers, and we may remove that in quantitative research. But in qualitative research, so these are actually the cases which we want to analyze in depth. So these cases are the participants who did not fall into the expectation in a particular expectation. For example, let us say I conduct a quantitative study in which my hypothesis is people who are facing a lot of discrimination, they are more likely to have depression. Okay, high levels of discrimination, high levels of depression. So there may be, so I'm talking about conducting a survey. So then I identify people in the survey who for whom this particular hypothesis is correct. So those we can call it as confirmatory cases. But there are also some people who might have been experiencing a lot of discrimination, but they don't experience depression. Or they did not experience discrimination, but they are experiencing depression. So these are what is called non-confirmatory cases. These are also known as the negative cases, meaning your expectation is actually not fulfilled in these particular participants. Then as a follow-up, actually you can conduct in-depth interviews among these people to find out why, in spite of facing a lot of discrimination, they did not experience depression. So then of course this is a mixed method study. First you conduct a survey and then you conduct a qualitative research to talk to people for whom your hypothesis was not correct. Okay, so these kind of cases are known as negative cases or deviant cases. If you are not conducting any survey before conducting the qualitative, let us say another example. You are so let us say because I'm mainly working among sexual and gender minorities. Let me take an example of say among transgender people, because of the situation, social structural stigmatization. Many people they don't they are forced out of the education and their families, and many people they enter into sex work. So, but you may also find some people despite all odds, actually they are in they can able to get educated, and they are in good position, and they are not engaging in sex work. So you may want to find out how it is possible for them. So if you are going to talk to those people who are serving as role models, so these are then becomes what is called negative cases. Negative cases not in the negative connotation, because your expectation was such and such, but these persons are actually showing a pattern which is quite different from their expectation. So those are the people who can actually able to contribute to learning about that particular phenomenon, how the stigma or discrimination is contributing or not contributing to psychological distress or entry into sex work, for example. So that is called as negative case analysis. We don't tend to neglect those people who are not actually falling outside our hypotheses or theoretical assumptions. Okay. So I think that's basically about the negative case analysis. So you don't exclude them from your data sets. You include them and you talk to them, and you also try to find out the explanation for that. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, you
Next-
want me to go with the next question, Dr.
Yes.
Venkat?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So the next question is why the weightage of qualitative approach are low as compared to quantitative studies in evidence-based medicine, right? So is there any publication on that? I would like to know. Whosoever is asking this question. Besides that, I would say that in the past 10 to 15 years, I have actually seen most of the studies actually using mixed method research or qualitative research. And as I mentioned yesterday, I'm giving you answers in 3 different ways. Yesterday I mentioned that science has been evolving. Okay, our needs to understand understand the reality it has also evolved. So what I mean is that I talked about positivism, I talked about constructivism, I talked about the critical approach. So all these actually reflect that how over the time we have evolved to understand the reality using different ways and different methods. But if you look at the qualitative research, it gives you lot of space actually to understand people and then try to meet their needs rather than being expert and just giving prescriptions. Even in medical science, there is lot of change that has happened. It's no more like that we can just prescribe and people will follow us. No, we are now more communicative, and we need to be more communicative. If we are not, we need to explain that why a particular medicine is very, very useful. We need to explain that why something is happening within the body or the mind. So all these things are very, very important, and without understanding the needs of people, we probably cannot reach out to them. Qualitative research helps us in that. And as we are exploring more and more within the scientific arena, we are learning that we just cannot go by the quantitative kind of research that is more towards numbers, etc. So I would suggest all of you to read, at least for specifically to answer this kind of a question. There is a handbook of qualitative research. It's a SAGE publication. I mentioned it yesterday also, and it's beautifully written book. Like it's simple. What I mean is that it is simple and anybody can understand it. And if you go through I think it is chapter 3, which actually explains that how qualitative research helps us giving voice to people who could not even tell us what had been their needs, even in medicine. So I hope I have been able to answer your question, but if anybody would like to add more to it, can. Abhishek, Dr. Venkat.
Yeah, I think Abhishek wants to add. He hasn't spoken.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, you are audible, Dr. Abhishek.
Yeah, now you are audible, Dr. Venkat.
Okay. Okay.
Abhishek also.
So, okay. So lately, working in PGI, I have also experienced that most of the studies are now going for mixed methods. I think the areas we were lacking behind, where qualitative uh, research was lacking behind or was not used properly, I think now most of the studies are done mixed method. So other things I think Dr. Manmeet has already answered, and
Yeah,
that would
and
be
the
the
credit
correct
of
way
that
to
I will.
go. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, but that the credit goes to Dr. Venkat. Yeah.
Yes,
Because he's the
definitely.
one who introduced me, actually gave me confidence that yes, qualitative research could be useful here, and he's the one who started with it. I am a late entrant into it, so all this credit goes to Dr. Venkat.
Thank you, ma'am.
That
You are
now
being
we are
modest.
moving forward with this kind of.
Okay, so of course you are being modest, but it's not only me. Like maybe you can say you also were involved in the preliminary discussions, and we also organized the qualitative research workshop. As I think I remember, even about 7-8 years back, even in PJ we organized qualitative research workshops, I guess. Okay, so I think what is the another question I have? Okay, so this question is not clear to me. So somebody's the screenshot which you have sent is sometimes journal gives instruction to mention only in table or text, but if we put in table, sometimes the importance of some findings are occurred to highlight in text. So how to deal with it? So I assume what the person is trying to ask is, so how we can strike a balance between providing information in table and text, because the editors, they are concerned about duplication of the same information in table and text. For example, if you're providing detailed information about social demographic characteristics in a table, and so let us say in the table you have how many people are between 18 to 25, 26 to 30 years. So all these percentage you have provided there, but in the text you need not again repeat. For example, the percentage of people who are between 18 to 25 is this much, and 26 to 30 is this much. So that will become redundant information. So what you can say is, you can simply say a majority of the participants are from younger age group or from middle age. So something like that you can say, and you can put a percentage in the bracket. In that way, you can avoid duplicating the information in the text and the table. That is a simple simple way of like maybe giving an example of what that person is trying to understand. In qualitative research, I think especially this may not be that much applicable, because I have suggested putting as a table of quotes separately, and you can just make claims. And within that, for example, if you have a table of quotes, I put sometimes like say quote 1 Q1 Q2 Q3, and then when in the text, especially if the particular journal has only 3,000 words or 3,500 words, I just put the claims of the conclusion, and within bracket for evidence I put like C or just Q1 Q2 Q3, so that whatever I am making, the evidence for that in the form of quote is, this is the quote number Q1 Q2 Q3, and those quotes will be there in the table of quotes. So in that way also you can avoid redundancy in qualitative research as well. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you want me
Yes.
with the next question?
Yes, doctor.
Okay. The next question is more on that. What are the key points or parts in qualitative research? Key points or parts. If I go by the key points, then I would start with that. Where do we focus and what are the different parts? I think. Okay, I'll try to manage both. The key points are that in qualitative research, we focus more on participants' perspectives, what meaning actually they attach to the concepts that we are using. As I gave you example yesterday, that pain could be different for different people, right? Um, then we also consider the subjective views of people, right? But all this actually enrich our own understanding about whatever we are trying to know. So this is the one basic fundamental point, that why do we carry out qualitative research. The second is that we always carry out research, qualitative research, in the natural setting. It's never that we try to I mean, natural setting means the wherever the people are living. It could be a house and we can go there and can talk to them and try to observe that how are they living. So we try to capture from the natural settings wherever they are living. The third thing that I emphasized yesterday, and somebody asked the question also, is that researcher himself or herself is also a kind of instrument or tool, whatever you want to call, especially during the data collection phase. Okay, that is one another important thing, because we cannot be value free, we cannot be free of our own biases. So we have to keep them and we need to reflect upon them. And we can use them wherever needed, as Dr. Venkat has also explained, and I did explain yesterday. Then I must say the another point which is very, very important is that it involves multiple methods of data collection, which means that we can do in-depth interview, focus group discussion, observation simultaneously, like. Okay, so this is another important thing that that I find as important point for qualitative research. Then we also try to see, like if I look at my own work on the spectrometer decay, we started with the historical kind of thing, the example I gave you, historical, then we looked within the political economic structures, and then we actually went to field to see that how things are happening now. Okay, so it means that it's quite holistic. We are not doing one thing and trying to take that as the final thing. So for us as qualitative researchers, we have to take it to make it a kind of big picture. We have to produce a complete picture, without which we find quite handicapped, at least as qualitative researcher, I feel. Then as I think we have discussed, that there could be some the designs are not tightly packed kind of thing. Then it is also I think I have covered almost all the points. Those were on my mind, but it is reflective, it is interpretive, it is I mean, we can name it inductive, deductive. We can call, I mean, and it moves between inductive and deductive at times. So we can actually discuss all these things. So what are the different parts? I'm just thinking that what does it mean? I mean, what are the different parts in qualitative research? Because I think that Dr. Venkat just covered that what could be the different parts in qualitative research. It is almost the same, I think, or am I not able to understand the question? Anyone, if wants to add to it, or if the person can clarify what does it mean by different parts of qualitative research?
Ma'am, I think the participant has left the YouTube live. So
I'm not able to hear.
Ma'am,
Sorry?
he's saying the participant has left, I think, the
Left.
YouTube live.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
I think
Oh,
So
okay. All right. All right.
you have
Abhishek, you
covered
want to say
almost.
something?
yes.
I was just saying that you have
Okay.
covered, I think, all of these points, and I think I just wanted to add one thing, like we have to take care of the researcher's bias in qualitative, I think, because yesterday, as I discussed, when we use different sampling methods, there is some kind of bias which can be there. I think we need to take care of that also. I think if
Yeah.
Dr. Venkat can add to that.
Yeah, I think because we need to distinguish between bias and researcher.
Not able to hear Dr. Venkat.
Yeah, I don't know, like, Abhishek, you can able to hear?
Yes, I'm able to.
Okay, I think Dr. Manmeet,
Now I
there
am
is
able to
some
hear.
problem. Yeah, because there may be some delay sometime. There may be delay
There
in.
is a lag, I think. Yeah,
Yeah,
lag.
yeah.
And like,
Yeah. Yeah. So what I was telling is, see, whether it is quantitative or qualitative, there is always a bias. So you can even see, even in our city, there's a list of what could be the possible biases, right? So there's a list, and then how we can ensure that we can decrease or reduce such bias. So in qualitative research, the main thing is we need to distinguish between the bias and the position. So, for example, if I'm a researcher in support of, say, health advocacy, I want to improve the health of a particular community. So it does not mean I have a bias, but I have a position that marginalized communities, they should be their issues need to be addressed in a particular manner, and it is always better to hear the issues from their own words. So that can be my position, but only it becomes a bias only if I'm going to say change the findings or the way I ask certain questions. I don't ask particular questions. I don't have a balanced set of questions. I'm only asking about, for example, what are the negative experiences they faced in hospitals, but I'm not asking about whether they have experienced any positive experiences in the hospitals. So that those kind of things can be constituted as bias, but the idea is we need to then uh, aware about those kind of bias which may creep in as when we are conducting the focus groups or in-depth interviews or in the topic guides, and we need to take steps to avoid those. Okay, so that's why the point between the difference between researchers' position on a particular issue and researcher bias is different. And researcher bias is the same whether it is quantitative or qualitative. Even in our city, anybody can go through the long list of biases, even if you Google it. So it is not that quantitative research is free of researcher bias, but only qualitative research has it. Okay, so as we are aware about our own position and possible bias, and we make it explicit, and that is where the reflexivity comes. So you make it explicit, and you take some steps to avoid those biases creeping into your data collection methods, data analysis methods, and also how you write and share the findings with other stakeholders. Okay, so I just wanted to just make that distinction clear. Otherwise, people will think, okay, this is subjective. But even the questions we decide in survey, we have our own ideas about what questions we ask in the survey questionnaire, what could be the response option. So in that way, then even the quantitative researchers, they may have a bias, right? It is all the decision of the questions and responses are also subjective. Then and people can lie whether it is the respondents or the participants can lie whether it is quantitative or qualitative. Why they should not lie if it is only a survey, and they should lie or say it differently, it is a qualitative. So this idea that quantitative research is more objective, that I don't agree. So but in both quantitative and qualitative research, we need to be aware about the subjectivity. It is not just in the qualitative research.
So thank you.
True.
Okay, and let me see.
Yeah, Dr. Venkat, question to you now. My questions
Okay.
all questions are over.
Okay, I think what is the question one? Maybe one. Okay, I think I have only one question, last question about asking me about some textbooks and some journals. Okay, so I will just maybe project. Let me see. Okay, so for these are the introductory level books I recommend. I think they are also available in Indian prints, especially the first one is available as Indian print, so it is not that much costly. But it is also, both of them may be available in Google Books. If people can go to Google Books, or at least most of the chapters they can read for free. So I suggest to start with one of these introductory level textbooks. And of course, they also cover how to go about qualitative data analysis, especially the Clark and Brown. They cover in at least like 3 or 4 chapters. They cover how to go about systematically qualitative data analysis for beginners. And if you want more like a reference kind of uh, book for qualitative data analysis of people who are in intermediate stage, then I would recommend the second book by Gust. So applied thematic analysis, that will be maybe to start with. That's more applicable for people who are in the public health field or in the medical field. And of course, people can also start with this website to begin with, but there are several such websites. The links they can get from logging into this website. Regarding the journals, of course, there is one journal, Qualitative Health Research Journal, which I like. So you can read the Qualitative Health Research Journal publications. If you just want to also have, there's also Qualitative Inquiry, which is, of course, not health focused. It includes health, but it is not, health is not the focus. So, but many journals nowadays, many mainstream journals, they have qualitative papers. So they include qualitative publications. So it is not that there are specific journals for the qualitative research manuscripts. So many of the journals, depending upon your research focus, this research area, for example, because I'm involved in HIV research, there are many reputed journals, like say whether it is AIDS care, AIDS patient care and STDs, or AIDS education and prevention, culture, health and sexuality. All these publish very good qualitative research papers. So I assume that the same may be true in your own research area, research focus areas, because I gave the example of HIV, but you may have similar journals uh, which are more relevant to your research focus, and they will be, I think, publishing qualitative research articles as well. Even BMJ, even some years back, they told like we don't want to publish any qualitative. They made it actually explicit that we don't want to publish qualitative research in our journal. Even PMJ in the last several years, they have started publishing high quality qualitative research journals. So even medical journals were once upon like mainly more of favoring the positivistic approach or mainly the quantitative research. They are also now publishing qualitative research and mixed methods. So I think I can stop there. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Sir, we have few more questions which we have received during discussion. So, can I ask?
Yeah.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
There is first question is writing a review of qualitative articles. Suggestions on this.
Okay. Of course, I focused in my discussion. I focused on only writing an empirical qualitative research article based upon original data, right? But similar to the systematic review of quantitative research articles, there is also a specific way by which you can synthesize the qualitative research articles, right? So this is what the person is asking, how to synthesize qualitative research articles. Is that the question?
Yes, sir. Writing a review of qualitative articles.
Okay, yeah. So
Yeah.
so actually, some people they give a specific name for that. So it is the systematic review of qualitative research articles is sometimes also called as meta ethnography. It has nothing to do with ethnography, but the term people use that is meta ethnography to refer to systematic review of qualitative research articles. Okay, so there are several textbooks nowadays available how you can systematically go about synthesizing qualitative research articles. So that's all I can able to say because we don't have time to discuss in detail about how exactly to do it. But I'm just referring, like if you can Google it, you can able to find it. You can Google, as I have mentioned, meta ethnography or synthesis of qualitative research articles. So that should be sufficient.
Yeah, I can add to it.
Okay.
Actually, there is a group from from WHO who organize workshops on it. If you are interested, you can look at the website, and they can help you. Wherever they will be organizing, they can actually give you, information about that, and you can join. Because I have attended one. It was it was a brief kind of thing for one day. But as Dr. Venkat has mentioned, it is actually a systematic review of qualitative research studies, and it has a specific way of doing it. So you need to actually go through the whole process of learning that how to do it. Thank you. And it's long. It's not like a small thing that we can tell you now.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. There is another question regarding data saturation, I think. How to identify number of respondents to achieve saturation for a given purpose for a given topic?
Okay, but whether there was any discussion on grounded theory approach and data saturation, whether yesterday there was discussion?
Yes. I think Dr. Manmeet, ma'am.
Yes, we had a lot of discussion.
Yes.
Okay.
Ma'am.
Okay, so whether Dr. Manmeet wants to start and then I can add.
Okay, so what is the question? I could not hear that. I could hear that something related to saturation. I said, yes, we have covered it.
Yes, ma'am. Question is how to identify number of respondents to achieve saturation for a given purpose for a given topic.
Okay. So I have already explained that saturation means that when you have data and you are reviewing it every day, and you see that there is nothing new is coming in, no new information is coming in. That is the point of saturation in data. Okay. So when you are reviewing your data, just look at that for each of the questions, you are now finding similar responses. And if those are there, then you can think about stopping it, because you could gather as much as information was could be gathered from that specific kind of population, or the group of people. And as we mentioned that we can have like in-depth interviews, like maybe 30 to 60, depending upon that, do we want to go for gender and socioeconomic status, etc., in different kind of categories. At the same time, we also discussed that we decide to carry out 6 to 8 focus group discussions, again if we are trying to look into different categories of people, to get data from different categories of people, like again the socioeconomic status, gender, age, maybe some specific disease, etc. But we consider saturation when we find that no new information is coming in the data. Yes, you can add, Dr. Venkat.
Yeah, I think that is fine. So broadly, the concept of data saturation, or technically, actually, ideally, of course, people use the term data saturation, but there's also what is called saturation of the concepts. So focus is it is you not necessarily about new data. Of course, that's also there, but also about you are not going to come out with new concepts. So there is saturation of the concepts, and this we are talking in relation to mainly grounded theory approach, where you have you are using the theoretical sampling. For example, if I want to find out, if I want to come out with an explanation of say Of course, I will take that example in the morning. I told, let us say I want to find out, I want to come out with an explanation for why people are not using condoms with their lovers or husband. Okay, so then I start with, say, people who are people who only, I'm talking about, let's say, men who have sex with men. So men who have sex with men who are not married. So maybe I will initially talk to them to find out why they are not using condoms with their male lovers. Then I can also talk to people who are married to women. So how people who are married to women and who also have a male partner, what are the reasons they are coming out with? So then I may talk, I may also, then uh, the findings may also lead me to collect data from people who are HIV positive, people who are HIV positive and people who have a male regular partner. And then so that becomes more like a theoretical sampling. My findings may guide me in pointing out what additional subgroup I need to talk to interview. So the next subgroup can be, for example, people who are engaging in sex work. They may have different reasons. So like that, you keep following your theoretical sampling. Here you have the theory means based upon the initial findings from your in-depth interviews, you are trying to approach new subgroups. And that is why it becomes a theoretical sampling. So as long as you are not hearing, you are hearing new information and new concepts, then you keep going with this theoretical sampling. And if it is a more of homogeneous group, people predict that you may achieve the saturation anywhere between, as Dr. Manmeet said, anywhere between, like, say, 30 to 40, 45, you can able to approach the data saturation or the concept saturation. So that is the general rule of thumb people say. But sometimes it may be different because there can be different subgroups, and you may get new concepts from different subgroups. So it is more like it keeps on going. But anyway, you have to take some decision regarding when to stop it. So the more heterogeneous the group is, then the data saturation becomes difficult. So that is why some people, of course, they restrict to the scope, they delimit to particular subgroups. Otherwise, it becomes you don't know like when to stop. Yeah.
Next. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. There is a next question, sir. And
Yes.
ma'am, it is how to avoid being empathetic with respondents to avoid response biases, as it may affect value of neutrality.
Okay. I think,
You go ahead.
Yeah, Abhishek also can answer because I think he took the session on asking how to ask the questions, right?
Yes, he took that, but I'm not sure whether why is he not able to connect? He's there.
Yes, ma'am, Dr.
Abhishek?
Abhishek.
Is he able to hear us?
Okay. Yeah, I think maybe I will start,
Dr. Venkat, I
and then
think you can.
yeah. I think what I have understood from the question is how we can ask questions in such a way that we don't uh, intentionally or unintentionally direct the participants to answer in a particular way. Okay, so that's why very broadly the concept, the idea of asking a open-ended question. So not asking more like a yes or no to start with. So for example, you can ask about, can you tell me about your experiences in the government hospital the last time you went for the say HIV testing or sexually transmitted infection testing. So rather than like asking, so uh, 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 did you experience any problem from doctors when you went to the government hospital the last time? Okay, so this is not like you are not posing a neutral question. You are assuming certain thing, and of course you can initially have a open-ended question, and you can ask both. Can you tell me about any positive experiences? Can you tell me about any negative experiences? But maybe not leading with your assumption and then not asking any positive experiences. So then that becomes a bias. Okay, so then ideally we have to ask open-ended question, and then even if you ask like yes or no question to start with, you ask both the positive experiences and negative experiences. Okay, and of course we should not be so sometimes in a focus group, let us say some people are in talking about certain points which you also agree with. Some other people they don't agree with that. So if as a focus group moderator, if I'm going to say, okay, you tell, so people who are agreeing, whose line of thinking is in line with my own, say, values, I allow them to speak a lot, but I don't allow the other people to talk. So that is also one kind of bias. So the researcher then also need to take into account this one. So they should give equal opportunity to people who may be expressing opinions which are quite different or opposite from our own, say, values or our own standpoint of view. So those are the things the researchers need to keep in mind so that the data collection is unbiased. Okay. Yeah, I think Dr. Manmeet, if you want to add anything else.
No, that's perfect because we had a discussion yesterday also on the same question. So good that they have another perspective on the same.
So shall I move for next question, ma'am? Sir?
Yes.
Okay. There is another question. To conclude the research as negative, what are the questions we should think at a glance without stata help? I think
What is this? Stata.
Dr. Aruna Reddy is asking.
Okay, but whether it says stata?
Yes, sir. Without stata help.
Okay, but anyway, yeah,
Yes,
but
yes.
maybe she
More
meant
of a-
something else. Yeah, because
Yes,
obviously
yes.
Stata is a quantitative software. So
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah. So we can, I think, I don't know.
It's
Like,
a
I don't know
quantitative
what to answer.
question.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a quantitative question, so probably we are not in a position to, address this at this point in time.
Okay. So we have completed with the questions.
Okay, great.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you so
Thank
much,
you. Of
ma'am.
course, it was quite a good interaction. Of course, we can't able to see the participants, but still, I think they were actively involved, as we can see from the questions they have asked. Yeah, it was good.
Yeah.
I think look,
Yesterday also there were many questions and it really was interesting.
Okay.
Thank you. So can we close it now? Dr. Lakshmi, would you like to say something? Dr. Lakshmi?
Thank you. Actually, my this thing is not working. Thank you, ma'am. I think we can close this session for today. And thanks for both the important resource persons because this is one of the field in which I consider myself as very weak. So thanks for all your inputs, ma'am. And it is also a learning experience for me to know few things which we have never learned even in our daily days and learn about the resource persons. And I request the participants who are from the research project, they will be joining the meeting tomorrow. And the